I think that's okay. Oh no, hang on. My microphone settings are slightly off. Chat to live chat. Good. Let's go. Some stuff to sort. Let's go. And dueling at the same time. As that is something I can most definitely do. Go. Right, where was I? I'll shift these for now. Where's a good place to put me? My first or second? I don't know, am I? I'm going second. Of course I am. That's about right. I'd expect nothing less. Huh. Maybe I flipped my camera thing the wrong way. Let me fix that while this guy is messing about. I flipped it horizontal. How did I do that? I think that's incorrect. Because this is my right hand, so it should be on the right hand side. I'm sorry, what is he doing? Not a filter, it'd be proper easy, wouldn't it? I'll spin that around in a second. Anyway, where was I? So we want to... Aroma gardening. Rika Bloom. Rika Bloom. Add a Rika. We want seed. We will discard Rika Butterfly. Special seed. By sending Samurai. Activate seed. We'll add this and beetle. Beetle and lizard. We'll banish. Banish Laurel. Don't care about Laurel. And we can special armored lizard by banishing this. This. Right. That can bounce, but Lara doesn't really matter about bouncing, so we're just going to Skeletal. We're going to the boy. I can target a Ragnarok and summon it in defense. We want Beetle. And I'm going to summon Rosalina. We'll gain 1,000. And I can summon a non-tuner aroma monster. I would like Jasmine. Then I would like yeah. And we'll use it on Rosalina as well. It's Aroma Lilith, Aroma Lilith Rosemary. Okay, so I had an Aroma card, which will be Aroma Blend. Never play Roma Land. Discard for Samurai Beetle. Get Dried Winds. Do this. We'll swap Beetle. Can I do that? Is there a point of me doing that? I need to gain life, don't I? That's not particularly useful. Yeah. We'll tribute this for Marjoram. That should be enough. And I control... Oh, I only control 3 plants. Can I swap that for something else? No, I'm locked into plants, aren't I? This will let me fusion, so let's do that. We're going to Magnolia by using this, this. There you are, Magnolia, hello. I really should have done that before. That'll be fine. I mean, I should have probably banished Breach. Oh, drawn into Ghost Bell. Splendid. I'll take it. Got it. I was, oh. Let's spin this. Oh, that's actually alright, isn't it? Yeah, I don't care about piety. It's fine. Banish a card in my graveyard, do it. Did summon that? Ah, Breach summoned it. I mean, that is fine. It's fine, I don't care about piety. Right, where was I? Terratop. Okay. There we go. I fixed it. Let's get some sleeves. Right. That is... that's about a 6. And... that is a 6. Come on, guy, take your time. This is why I have cards to sort at the same time, you see. Hit night early. Okay. Aerodactyl. These are my rarer commons. What are you doing? Okay, sure. A little bit confuzzled, but that's fine. That is... ooh. That's a good 8 or 7 out of 10, that. Go away. I'm gonna say 7. Combat. Swing. Well, that's I win. Well done, me. I love sorting myself some cards while doing random duels. What we got? Raticate G. Or is that Galactic? Christ, that's disgusting. Look at damage on that. That's like a 3 out of 10 at best. Disgusting. Alright, that's a 3. My hand does nothing. And I start with Evil Seed and Jasmine, that's something. Human wins to gain the life to use the effects of Marjoram. That's fine. What's that? Piri Race Map. He's playing Blue Eyes. We're going to be here a while. Honchcrow Galactic. I can get that. I think it's a 7. What's he doing? Okay. That's his normal. Okay. That sends the Blue Eyes, yeah. So what can I even do? I want to get Selene Snapper then. Destroys 2 spell traps. That's oh, sticky dots. It's a 7. Where's my box? Yeah. Still going? Of course he is. Yeah, you need... Okay. I'm not gonna tell the blue-eyes boy how to fight. Oh. We're doing Buster Whelp shenanigans, are we? Prologue, sure. You see your predicament yet? What's he doing? Okay. That one's actually... I don't count energies. Original pokes! Yeah. For the nostalgia. Yeah. Oh, that's spirit. Yeah, I'm not sitting through that. I can't win against that. Not with this deck anyway. Okay. Energies don't count, they don't exist. Survival. What am I doing? Let me guess, I'm off second. Oh. Interesting. Not expecting that. That works too. That's my going second turn hand, and I got it going first. Bastard. I have to go Rosalie now. I think we have to go Laurel here. Let's go into Rosemary, into Jasmine. That'll give me life, so my life rate's higher. Ideally, I'd want something that can summon itself. So we'll go right for the Evil Seed. That's it, Riker. Evil Seed. Send Jasmine. Evil Seed's effect. I would like... Does it add 2? Yes. Bloom and Beetle. We will banish this. I just want to plant from my deck. I could summon Marjoram. Yeah. Shoot with the summon Marjoram. Oh, you. No, you lock me into plants. I can't be doing that yet. Yes. We'll get Marjoram. And we use blue. Then we go into... Yeah. No, we don't. We'll use Laurel. Special summon itself for free. I need to keep Marjoram, so we'll do that. We'll do Skeletal by using these two. I'm slowly making up plays, but... Actually, if you've got something like Nib, hurry up and do it. Well, this Reborn's a Raikou for free, so there's no reason not to do it. So I'll get this seed. Come on, take your time. I mean, I literally have cards to sort, so I can be here all day. So there's seed. Now I can probably go into my 3. Or I can go into Rosemary. Yeah. Do that. Count that's 2. Get Rosemary. Add an Aroma card. I would like... Aroma Blend. I'll do this. I can special a Raikou back immediately, so I'll do that. And 4th seed. What else we got? We can do this. Do this. Come on. I'm trying. I want to get Stag Sovereign. If I even can. Where is Stag Sovereign? The good boy. Yeah. Can I summon him? Oh, I'm plant locked again, aren't I? Why am I plant locked? Because I start with Rosalina. Okay. Reasonable. So the blend. We'll discard Samurai Beetle. Keep Ghost Spell. Ghost Spell's pretty good. I would like... Smash on here. I'll take Humid Winds. can't say that was great. But I did combos. Sort of. I need to remember not to start off with Rosalina. I mean, she's good. But locking me into plants is not ideal in a Raikou deck. We'll see. We shall see. Okay. He really started off Duster and Dark Ruler. Out of everything he could have possibly drew, that's what he started with. Really? Oh, I don't think I did do them for the combo ones. Good. Next. Gardevoir X. It's an actual sleeve, and it was a pile of garbage. Oh, Blackluster Envoy. He really... Did he start off Blackluster Envoy, Druis Worm... Duster... Of course he did. Hello, Firewall, good sir. I am currently losing. I have Nat chose a less powerful deck for me to use, but that's fine. I don't mind using less powerful decks, it just means I'm going to win less. Yeah, they don't make fairy types anymore. See, I found myself something to do. This is Aroma Raikou. It's not amazing. I messed up by using Rosalina first. It locks you into plants. Which is incredibly not good. Yeah, this guy started with that Grass Lug Screener, Dark Ruler No More, Duster, Abystial, and Blackluster Soldier in his hand. Bell it, I don't care. I'm gonna lose anyway, it's fine. Perhaps I might swap decks. Yeah, they changed the Edison stuff and then immediately changed it back again. Absolute geniuses. Absolute geniuses they are. I didn't see the biggest deal with the Edison stuff, but I can see why the people who played it got annoyed, but to them, it was like the end of the world. It wasn't at the end of the world, anyway. Yeah, but they want it to be the same. But it's also, it being the same makes it the hardest format to ever get into, because its rules are so different. I mean, I really like this deck, but it's not going to win me any games. Let's get my little box to open. I've got some random jank to open. I've got some fakes. I've got a box of really bad fakes. See? You didn't need to Underworld Goddess there. You're winning anyway. Yeah. But the people who went to play Edison only played it for that reason, that it was Edison. I'm like, yeah, but its rules are horrible. Like, priority should not be a thing. It shouldn't. Ooh. No idea what's in these. I just randomly saw them on eBay. No, it's stupid. Ooh. I've got a Jigglypuff. Wooloo. And I can't remember that guy. I've got a super rare, I've got a Jigglypuff. Wow. He just left me with no cards, well done. Well, that's not going to help me. I'm just going to pass, it's fine. Look at that Jigglypuff. That's a nice little Jigglypuff. I don't mind Wooloo. I never got a lot of use out of it when I played it in the game, but it was fine. We get all these out here. From... Oh, over here. Okay. Yep, that is what you do. Like, if you summon something you don't want it to be negated, you can immediately just do a random priority of a different action, and therefore they can never negate any of your cards. Apu. Nidoran. Bulbasaur. No, you will not be given that opportunity. Yeah, priority is dumb. Like, amazingly dumb. I got the rat! Oh, I want that. I'm going to use that as a field center. Sphere. And Lucamine. I think that's Lucamine, by the way. They opened the wrong way. I can't believe he started off with the that grass looks greener. It's unacceptable. Let's potentially swap decks. Here we go. I can play this blindfolded. Right? What's prohibited? What don't I have? That's second judgment. That's fine. There we go. We'll play this. I can play this blindfolded. Ooh, that's a cool slowpoke. Clawfish and Screamtail. I don't even know if I still have that trap vial, to be fair. I also have the cards, so I think I delete the deck list for space at some point. I honestly can't remember. Venat, Abra, Centric. Oh, look at that little bit. Look at that boy. Well, that's certainly a hand of all time. Maximum C. They are indeed fakes, yes. They're 3 times thicker than normal cards. I'm just using them for, like, when I sell cards, I can put them in, like, a special, like, you know, like, if I was going to do, when, like, a kid or something buys some off me, they can do a tombola raffle for a ticket, and they get a random pack of cards that I've made for them. I could put one of these in, just to make it look cute. Like that. That looks... That's nice. Yeah. Yeah, these are definite Chinese fakes. I got them because we're cheap. Oh, it's self TK. Cool. Okay. Shelder, Hollywell, and Palmy. I actually kind of like these. It's kind of cool. I think these were like £12 a box. Something like that. Yeah, these are called EIF cards. E-I-F. No idea what they are. But since it's got stuff like rarities, like super rares and stuff in it. I don't know. I just thought they looked cool. Oh, little Bulbasaur. Swirlix. You're exhausted. I had to put up some with some super garbage today. You can't be exhausted. I'm at 1,000 yet. Yes. Let's do a 10 roll while I'm here. We want this. I don't need anything from it, but these are old arts, so I might as well. Yes, but you use the different kind of degrees. 100 degrees to us would be you were dead. Ash, Togepi, and Breloom. Sorry for using the original rules on how to display weather. Zoroark, Cleffa, and the best Pokemon protagonist, I don't care what you say. Liko is the best. Way better than Ash as a protagonist. I will win this argument, Firewall. You will... not Firewall, Red. You will be way too tired to try and win an argument against me today. Steven. Eevee and Victreebel.
What was that you were saying about being too tired to win an argument, sir?
That is exactly what I just said. Like, to clarify, I have 6 hours.
Brad?
What?
I worked straight hours today without a lunch break.
Yeah, that doesn't work over here. You have to have one.
Oh no, we're supposed to over here, but I was too fucking busy today, so I chose not to.
Of course, makes perfect sense somehow. Which lead is this? I can't remember. It doesn't look familiar.
I don't know, but I just came over here to fuss you and yeah, it was not a pleasant day today.
Yeah, dumb stuff happened at work which I'm legally not allowed to state. So there's no
Somebody rob a bank.
stuff happened.
Did somebody try to rob the bank?
No, I'm just not allowed to. I have a social media policy at work that states I can't tell anybody where I work or anything that happens at work.
Gotcha.
Ew, that's a garbage ultra rare. Ew.
Okie dokie, sir. Well, you have a good night, sir.
I will.
I'm gonna stream tomorrow if you would like to join me.
I'll see if I've got time. I don't know yet.
Okie dokie. Well, have a good night, sir.
Later, sir. Vulpix. Seal. May. I kind of like these cards. Kind of nice. Well, the new set comes out next week, so I can do some openings for it. That's that was garbage. Okay, sure. It happens. Don't have any new packs, do I? By good. No. Did I pick a new deck? I can't remember. I trust you, Draco. Yeah, of course I did. Oh, that one's nice. Ooh, do not get me that angry with that firewall. No, I haven't, even though I want to. I am not allowed to pick up the latest Legends set. There's 3 archetypes I want to play, but I'm not allowed. I was a bit triggered. Put it that way. What's better, Maiden or Ignis Heat? I think Ignis Heat's a little bit better. Oops, our Drowsy and Nessa. Oh, Konami fucked up with the set, so only America are allowed it. And now it's coming out in 2 months for us. So we have to have it 2 months later because they fucked up, but America can have it. Ooh, Frostlass. That's a nice one. Moongus. That's Fungus. Like the Punk stuff I wanted, the Dragon Maid stuff I wanted, the Magista stuff I wanted. Nope, Konami messed up. Absolute pain in the ass that Konami messed up to that degree. Oh, the monks are up. I'll take disciples. Johto, Natu, Swampert Mega. Nothing. Konami screwed up with their printing, where they what was supposed to be 3 Starlight Rares per per case was 3 Starlights per box. America opened all of theirs to amazing pull ratios, and then Konami said, you can't use those in tournaments, and we're going to release it 2 months later for everybody else. Who knows, I might have criticised them too much online or something. Well, I didn't think we did anything particularly horrendous, but Konami just messed up. Oh, I mean, I could. I still can't legally play them. Because you can't play a set until it's legally been printed and released in your country. So even if I did get them from America, which are scalped right now, they're vastly expensive for that reason. Because only America can have them. I still won't be able to play them. Ooh, Charmander. I mean, I could just print them off if I wanted to, you know, just make some proxies. I could do that. But the next set comes out next week anyway, and that's got the psychic support. The stuff I actually want to play. Wait, is that a Wen? Oh my god, it's a Wen! Why is that a Wen? Taurus, Squirtle, and Mega Charizard. Where's return? Reborn's a card from the grave. I don't really have any of them. Yeah. Swing. I do have a case of the next set on order, so next week I'll be opening that. I want to get all my new cool psychic stuff. Maybe see if I can get a Starlight Rare of one. Very unlikely, separate possible. I've got a rat, James, and a Politoed again. I kind of like this set. It's kind of nice. Am I bullying this guy right now? So we'll use Apocalypse. That's weird. One Piece isn't inherently an expensive game. I mean, a lot of things for you are twice as expensive, but I wouldn't have expected One Piece to be. One Piece is a nice little card game, though. Coco, Rock, and Wigglytuff. Christ. It would honestly be cheaper for me to ship it to you. Blossom. Misty. It's ridiculous how expensive things are for you. They shouldn't punish people for having nerdy hobbies. It's not right. Munchlax, Jesse, Clefable. We'll get... Ooh, Mallow. It's partially why I decided to make my own card game, to be fair. Because it's a lot cheaper. Saves a lot of messing about. So we got Charmander, Vileplume, and Raihan. Okay. That was an alright box. I'll get one more of these. Wow. 17p per unit. Why Solid Dragon? Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can't do anything. Nice try, though. Opening upside down, that's not a wise idea, is it? So then we do True Draco Apocalypse. This was not being able to attack, so I need to destroy Ignis Heat. Your effect is negated, it doesn't matter. Do what you want. So everything he summons, his effects are negated. And I'm immune to spell traps. Oh, okay. I only got to, I think, 20 episodes in, and it wasn't interesting enough. How far are you in? I hear it's more interesting when they introduced Nen, where it's also the entire community's decision. Well, they think that, you know, all of the community, that he should have introduced Nen earlier, and I would agree, because it's one of the only shonen I've actually stopped. Oh, cool! You're actually into it. I never got that far in. I am going to do a tier list video on power systems, so I do need to know enough how to play, but... Do this. Push this. Pop this. So what do you think about Hunter x Hunter then? Yeah. I hear it's so much different. But it takes so long to get to where it has Nen. Because Nen would make it, you know, I would watch it then because it's got apparently a real cool system. But it takes so long to get to that point that it kind of puts me off. Like, I watched, I think it's 3 episodes of them trying to open a door. It was a bit... Not saying boring, but not enough for me. Yeah. When they spend an entire, like, first 12 episodes or so trying to introduce hunters, and it's like, nah. Nah. Chikorita, Wooloo, and Gold, I think that's his name. I'm going second, of course. Pure going first deck is going second. Ooh, Squirrel. Caterpie. Venonat. Is this Blue Eyes with Illusion of Chaos? Roxy, I think her name is. Side up. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like trying to get into the show when, like, right now, like, for example, if you were trying to watch it now, you have to compete with the shows of now, which, you know, start faster, unlike older shonen. So basically, if you were to introduce a newbie, it'd be, you can watch Hunter x Hunter that starts off slow, or you can watch Solo Leveling. And the Fluanderies player in my crew, she started watching anime again. I may have scarred her with the recommendations, so she's not going to be happy with me next time she sees me. I tried to start off normie, but I think I'm going to scar her. Ooh, Lisa, I think is the name. Yeah, I've heard Nen is so interesting that it would have been better if he'd have introduced it at the beginning. And I'd agree. He should have. Oh, I recommended her To Your Eternity. She's gonna rage as soon as she gets past episode 1. To Your Eternity's got a real cool power system, though. Shiny Gorsifleur. Oh, it's about an orb. An orb that has the power to take on the form of anything that stimulates it. He's immortal too. It's really interesting. I do recommend it. I think it's on YouTube. To Your Eternity. Togashi also did the thing that I'm not particularly a fan of, which is characters getting boosted power boosts for at the cost of future power and hurting themselves. It's not my kind of thing, but because from what I hear, he basically is crippled now or something. I don't know. At the cost of all his powers, and it's like, sure, you can do that, but then you're also going to have to reverse that if you want to use that character again, and it's weird. It's like why in Standard Shonen, like Ichigo's final Getsuga Tensho, even though the cost was losing all his powers, you know he wouldn't, because he's the main character. Cubone. Just random bits like that. Yeah, I hear it's interesting. I do definitely want to get to it at some point, but it's going to sound dumb, but I think when he states he's not making anymore, I might actually watch it, because then I'll know it'll finish and it won't annoy me as much. Whismer, Squirtle. I don't think he's going to be making much more Hunter x Hunter anyway. Much to everybody's dismay. Jigglypuff, Beedrill, Sentry. Chronicle Magician. I'm just going to sit here with Monarch's Erupt and my trap. See? That's cool. If you'd have introduced that before I lost the vague interest at the beginning... Nah, Firewall says hi.
Hi. I'm missing some of the chat.
I'm just being mean to this guy, whoever he is. Grand Evil.
Oh. And I see you're on about Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah, Firewall's started it and he got up to Season 4. And I'm just saying that I didn't get very far because it starts off really slow.
I'm not how many seasons are there? Because I know I've watched...
5, I think. 4 or 5.
Oh, what?
Like, Nen's the interesting
part. I don't know if
part.
I watched them all. I watched a lot of it. I'm not sure if I watched all of it.
It's mainly that Nen's the most interesting part, but it took him way too long to introduce Nen. Oh, 6 seasons.
Hmm. Tell me about the seasons.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's everything I'd enjoy. It just took too long, so I didn't get a chance to enjoy it. There's also the it may never finish. I mean, it will never finish. We know this. And that does kind of annoy me. I mean, I do have to do the research on Nen anyway for my power tier list. But then I need to think of like the criteria for that power list, which is like maybe how strong it is, how versatile it is, how easy it is to understand, how it sticks to its own rules. Bleach sort of does. Bleach sticks to its own rules. Naruto kinda does.
I believe I've watched all of Hunter x Hunter.
Which one? There's 2. There's a Hunter x Hunter original, and then there's the remake Hunter x Hunter.
So I'm assuming it would be the original one. So the original one just literally goes.
Honestly, Firewall, I don't even think there is a dire explanation of Nen. He wants to give me a diet explanation of Nen. I don't think that's possible. It's supposed to be really complicated.
Why is my chat being so slow?
Ooh. Are we up against a set 5 pass?
Yeah, I know. Is it Killua? The
Lightning
ability
Boy.
that you're on about? No, the other guy. Not Killua. Who is it? I can't remember the names. Killua and Gong, I remember. Blonde guy.
The red-eyed guy.
Red-eyed, yeah. He's the one that does that. What you're on about? I don't think it's the trap. I think he just gains the ability to use multiple Nens. But I believe with Nen, you can make a contract to bolster powers, and the more severe the downside, the stronger the ability. So it's kind of like making a contract with yourself with Nen.
Yeah, you can do loads of stuff. It's just like I don't think it's easy to understand. But for the video, I'm gonna try and get a couple of people together, and we'll tier it as a group because there are a lot I don't know.
What, Nen abilities or?
No, just power system tier list.
Oh. Nens is probably one of the more versatile ones, but
Nen is basically you can do whatever you
want. A bit
want.
of a weird. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I know Firewall said that he started watching it, so I don't know where he's at, and I don't know if
he's at season 4.
spoilers are up. Season 4.
Yeah. That's quite far in.
Pretty far in. I can't remember where season 4 is because I was. And is that the new one that he's watching? Because, like I said, I think I watched the original one.
Ooh, magic. That's his name, Kurapika. That's the blonde guy.
Kurapika. Yeah.
It's been a while. I'll get round to it eventually, but. What would you say is your favourite tier system, power system, Nat?
My favorite one?
Doesn't have to be good.
It's a good question, is it? I'm trying to think, and I don't actually know, to be fair. No.
Well, I mean, out of the big three, Bleach is still my favourite one.
Bleach is pretty
It's not my
good.
favourite altogether, but it is my favourite of the big three.
It's probably one of the more consistent ones.
God's sake, stop using Dogma Punishment. It doesn't work. Okay, whatever. Ooh.
Naruto's is very not.
I don't like Naruto at all.
consistent. Yeah, well, I know you said you don't. It was like the fact that they just did away with hand signs.
One of the criteria of the system tier list is going to be consistency.
Fair enough. Yeah, I struggle to remember some, so unless I kind of look into it, honestly.
I mean, I'm just going to state, Hitman Reborn is one of my favourites.
To be fair, I actually really liked the idea of Duel or Soul Lands series.
I mean, I already know that one, but for context, let Firewall know while I nipped at Lou.
So, Duel or Soul Land, as it's sometimes referred to, I think, is essentially what is it? It's like a cultivation style thing, and there are 9 levels within cultivation, and the 9 levels have obviously 10 levels between them, so but they gain power. So basically they awaken, I think at the age of 10 or something, like a spirit. So I think it's in like 3 categories. So you get like it can be like a beast, it can be an object, it can be food. Food is also one, but apparently they're rare. And it can be like plant life as well. So it can pretty much your spirit essence can be anything. Yeah. And when you rank up your spirituality, your thingy through cultivation, you will then gain at level 10. You'll hit a bottleneck. Because in order to ascend to the next level, you need to kill a spirit beast and take that in, and then use that as your... that will then give you a skill from the said spirit beast, and obviously then you can level up, and you'll end up getting like 9 or so abilities through this. Obviously, you can develop other abilities from other things, but that is a general way that most Soul Masters, I think they're called. It's been a while since I read it. That is how they generally get their abilities or skills. Though in the 3rd, because there's like a gajillion of these, so in like the Duel 3,
He's not kidding. There are like thousands of chapters.
No. It's like there is these are all different stories. So there's like Duel, which is like the original. Then you've got Duel 2, which is set 10,000 years after the first one, and then you got the 3rd one, which is set 10,000 after that one. The 4th one, which is set 10,000 again after that one. The 4th one's actually sci-fi, which is quite interesting. But it's still got that same concept. It's like you still cultivate, you still need your soul rings to power up to the next level, and obviously keep each kind of 10,000 year gap. There kind of is a new thing that kind of develops into it. I think the only one that kind of there isn't is the second one, where they're kind of just building up technology. But obviously, from the third and fourth, have kind of
Yes,
built
I
it
do need to make a
well.
big list of power systems eventually.
But yeah,
Ready for the list.
And obviously, if you reach level 100, you can ascend to godhood.
Yeah, that's quite a big thing in Dongwa.
Though you can only ascend to godhood if there is a god slot available. Yeah, if there's no slot available, tough luck. Yeah. But yeah. But no, it's a good series, and obviously like I was gonna say, it's like in the third book it actually explains versatility as well, because one of the teachers in there was like, okay, this is this skill, and he does the skill, and then it's like, this is also the same skill. And then so like the first one is kind of like a really big move, but then the second move he does is kind of like, because he uses ice powers, and I believe the first one was kind of like a big kind of flurry of sword strikes, whereas the next one was like really thin kind of thread kind of strikes instead. And it's like, so you can literally, the more control, it's generally about the control of the skill, generally helps out a lot more than what the skill is. So just having a skill doesn't just say it's like, right, that's the skill. It's like, no, you can improve it by your versatility of it. But yeah, and obviously they gain, like I said, 9 rings. And obviously the rings as well have different power levels, because it's based on the age of the beast. So generally, the first 2 rings you generally get are like 100-year spirit beasts, and then there's 1,000-year. I think the best ones that people generally get 100,000 years. So anything like 100,000 years, obviously, or higher,
it can be
is a
very
red soul
complicated.
ring. To be fair, I think I'm obviously overcomplicating. I think when you just like kind of reading it, it eases you into it a bit, but it's always there. And then I think also there's like a 1,000,000-year ring, which is a whole different kettle of fish. So we'll leave that one. But yeah, so there's that. I'd say is probably one of the better ones I quite like, just for the fact of the versatility of like your skills you can get, because your skill you get is based on what it is that you've assimilated with. So the spirit ring of the thing you've killed, because you have to kill this thing as well, remember, it's not just you get one. I mean, they can just give you one, I think, in some of the later ones, but generally speaking, you have to kill something and then absorb its ring, whilst hoping that your body can handle it, because you're not an idiot to try and absorb something that you can't handle.
Yeah, and KHR's in comparison is incredibly simple than that.
Yeah. To be fair, it is simple. It's basically, you've got 9 levels. Each 9 levels has 10 levels in between each. Every time you get to a level, if you can pass the bottleneck, you just need a spirit beast, and then obviously off you pop, continue cultivating. Generally through meditation, as is generally the case.
Is the standard for Dongwei, yeah.
Yeah. But no, that is probably one of my favourites. Because like I said, the versatility with the skills. Because it'd be really good for a game as well, if you think about it.
Well, I just tried to remember all the Katekyo Hitman Reborn powers, and I can't remember them all. pressing me.
The powers? Which kind of powers are you on about?
What each
the
of
wills?
the rings does.
Oh, you've got sun.
You know, harmony turns things to stone.
Harmony. Harmony's the other guys.
Harmony's the main guys because his lion can roar and turn things to stone.
Yeah. Is it Harmony? I thought that was something else.
It's called the Ring of the Sky.
Sky, that's his.
But his ability is called Harmony, I think. Because the red one's Destruction. The purple one can make illusions, because that's the Mist Ring.
So, let's see.
The Sun Ring is the yellow one. He has the kangaroo that heals.
Okay, so you got Sky Flame, which is characteristic, as you said, Harmony.
Yeah.
You've got the Storm Flame, which is characterized as Disintegration.
That's the red
Storm?
one.
Is that red?
Yeah.
Rain, which is obviously the water, is Tranquility.
It slows things down.
Yeah, Sun Flame is activation. Lightning is, for some reason, hardening. I don't...
It's because Lightning Boy, he attacks with horns, doesn't he?
But, yeah, but it's still a bit weird. Mist Flame is construction.
Yeah, it makes illusions, yeah.
Yeah, and then Cloud Flame is...
propagation.
Propagation, yeah.
He makes more things. Like, he can create infinite hedgehogs if he wants to.
Dying Worm Flames of Earth.
Yeah, they're the gravity, sand.
So you've got the Earth Flame, which is gravity, the Swamp Flame, which is fermentation. Apparently there's an unnamed Earth Ring.
Yeah,
not much is known about the Earth Ring. Earth Flame. It's taken away by Vindis before it could be used. So apparently there's one that we just don't know what's going on. Then there's Forest, which is Realization. A Mountain Flame, which is Tuning. Desert Flame, which is Hallucination. And then Glacier Flame, which is Freezing.
Yeah. I like that power system. I think it's cool.
And then there was Special Flames as well.
What, I think it's the Flame of Bombs or something.
There was Oath Flame, which was a combination of Earth and Sky. Flame of Night, which was the Dying Will used by Vindis.
Yep.
And Demon Spade. Flame of Wrath. An extremely powerful and exceedingly rare type of Sky Flame.
Yeah, he's got Sky and Destruction.
He's the guy who uses the guns now. The second Fungola and Zanzus.
Yeah, the guy who uses the guns.
Apparently it's a mix of Sky and Storm.
Yeah, because he has a Liger, which can roar and destroy everything it hits. It's weird.
So and then you've got the Snow Flame, which is a game-only flame utilized by Galero.
Wait, there's a game?
Yeah.
Okay. Not aware of that. There's so many cool power systems as well that I do need to do for my video.
I think it's a DS game.
Like what other series have cool power systems? Fire Fortress is pretty cool.
Do you know another one that I thought?
Soul Eaters is cool.
Not sure if it's as good, but it's generally. But I think we like it. Yeah, Buso Renkin.
Yeah, the Buso Renkins, yeah.
Theirs is generally quite. Theirs is simple, and also
when every time you use a Kakugane, I think they're called, you get one power that you were born to use.
Yeah, so you get a one ability. Well, not one ability, but it's like you get one power, and
Yeah.
obviously you can.
If
His
you
skills
use a
within
second
said
one, you'd
power.
get a second copy of the same thing.
Essentially, you unlock like a weapon of some kind. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it is, and it's like we say a weapon because we know what one guy's thing is, don't we? Yeah.
Or
'Cause
booster
it's like,
ranking of
what?
the full plate armor, silver skin.
Silver skin. Yeah,
I love silver skin. It's so stupid.
it really is. And if you want to know what silver skin looks like, just look at Cyber's white hat. Because that is literally the pretty dang close to what it,
Yeah.
what it is.
But silver skin is just a defense armor that doesn't really do anything apart from defense. So all he does is just punch things.
Yep, pretty much.
But then he has an ability later on called Silver Skin Reverse, which he can make his armor combine to anyone else, and they can unleash attacks instead.
Yeah. And then we don't speak about what happens at the ending for some strange reason.
Oh no, we don't discuss
That was a combination, I think, of multiple.
Let's just say that not
mechanics.
everyone's powers are on the same tier.
No, they're not. To be fair, you could say the same about Duel or Delu. I don't think everyone's is the same.
Yeah, but you have silver skin, and then you've got a guy whose power is gravity. That's real cool. And then you've got a guy which is, my power is 2 chakrams that I need to use intellect to defeat your opponent because they're really weak. And then you have a guy whose booster ranking is an atomic bomb, and he has infinite napalm powers. And he's indestructible. And that's not even the strongest guy.
No.
You've got a
Not
guy who
really.
has the power of origami and can turn flat like paper.
Butterfly guy.
Oh, butterfly guy who's got the power of explosives. Yeah.
Yeah, he's cool. Yeah, even though he's technically immortally ill.
And then you have Buster Baron.
What's the point?
So Buster Baron, Firewall, is completely legit. It is a giant mecha that he can just summon out of nowhere. Which its unique power is, if you put a person inside it, it can use their Buso ranking better than that person can. It is completely stupid. It's great though. It's by the creator of Death Note. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I think that's what they used when they decide to go and get the 2 guys at the end of it.
Yeah, I love Buso ranking. It's just so stupid.
It is stupid. That was actually one of the first animes I actually watched, to be fair. It was that and Flame of Wrecker.
It has no filler either. It is 10 books.
No. Don't think so.
Really good. What other Buso rankings were there? There was Sword Samurai X. If I remember right.
It's been a while. I can barely remember all of them, but I just remember it was cool.
It was cool. Back when series just were cool for the sake of being cool.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't need logic or reason.
No.
No.
Rule of cool is always good. Wait, this guy's using War Rock unironically? Okay.
Apparently so.
Go Apopus in defense. I think we just out-nerded Firewall.
Maybe. You never know.
It's fine. So I did something blasphemous now.
Ah. What
I
fun
recommended To Your Eternity to Tash.
Well, yeah.
She's
It is
not
pretty
gonna like it.
good. And, yeah. To be fair, I actually recommended her something that she might actually enjoy and probably won't get too sad about. I don't think. I won't watch it all myself, so I won't know. Which was Has Been Hotel, because it's definitely something that I think is right up Tash's street. If you haven't seen it already.
I've heard it's pretty decent. I ain't seen it.
I mean, what's not to like? It's like a cartoon series with musicals. Literally, there's like 2 musical numbers an episode. It's like, okay. Not for kids, though. Definitely not for kids.
Definitely not.
No, no, no.
Yeah, there's a lot of series like that. Like, I've been trying to catch up with a lot of older shows, but some of them have just not aged well. Like, really not. And it's a shame. Inquire. Okay.
Yeah. Well, the only thing we know for a fact is cool stuff's still going to appear. Because there's going to be someone that wants to make it.
Well, that's basically the solo leveling thing. The series itself is not amazingly good story-wise, but it's good for fights.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's all you need.
Apparently the new game for solo leveling is not too bad.
I've heard decent
I
things.
hear. It's not... I'm not 100% sure, but I believe someone said that it's not a gacha paid thing.
I don't think so.
So it's potentially just a full paid game, kind of everything included. Could be wrong. I don't know. I've not actually looked it up.
I mean, Shengon Wu is a power system in its own way. Because each of them have their own abilities.
Huh?
But it's just is an artifact level power system also a power system, basically? You know, like, not such much a power system itself, but Shengon Wu from Shaolin Showdown, since they're just, like, artifacts of power, but I think they have powers themselves, it's just not shown a lot.
I'd say it's a power system. I mean,
I think Omi can still
doesn't
use
seem
water
any
powers.
different than to what was it, Kaiju number 8? Because all their abilities come from artifacts. It's not exactly
they
like
come from their kaiju armors.
they have, kaiju armors and the other things that they get from kaijus. It's not exactly like they have inherent abilities themselves.
It's similar to Chainsaw Man. That each of the devils has a power, and that's it, and they can do whatever they want within their power. And they are stronger the more feared they are.
But so an artifact would most definitely be a type of power, yeah. Trying to think of some that I know, to be fair, that I've kind of... I know I've said, obviously, Kaiju number 8 has kind of that kind of thing, but...
Yeah, Fire Force and Soul Eater, they're cool power systems. Yeah, I think there's a Shengon with the power of destroying permanently other Shengon, and that's used once. If I remember correctly. There's loads of weird ones in that show. Like, it's an odd power system as well, but Jackie Chan Adventures has its own power system.
Yeah, kinda. You mau quay qua tay đi sao?
Yeah, so I just need to put like a list together, loads of cool power systems. It depresses me when you get some really cool Japanese exclusive cards in Japanese. They're not as cool.
Mm-hmm.
Not as cool. I'm going to see how Demon X Machina is over the weekend now.
Yeah.
Because I have no idea how it plays, and that's really important. As I need to figure out, for example, how it saves and how long missions are, if there even are missions.
Fair enough. Hmm.
It depends how long the episodes are going to be.
I know there's another mecha thing coming out that people are apparently excited for.
Yeah, I can't remember its name though.
Yeah. Apparently it's due to different reasons.
You're making me want to watch Shaolin Showdown again now, Firewall. Because I didn't watch all of it. I only caught snippets when it was just randomly on the TV every now and again. And there's only a couple of Shengon I even remember.
I don't actually
That's
think
a
I
really
actually
cool
watched it.
I tried watching Dinosaur King, but I couldn't. I just couldn't.
You ever finish watching that Golden Dragon?
That is one of the ones that has not aged well.
Has it not? You don't
Legend
think?
of the Golden Dragon, no. His animation's great, but his voice acting is terrible.
It's been a while.
I do need to watch that show again. I'll put that high up on my next older series to watch. And then I will make a list of cool power systems with everybody's help, and then we'll do the entire video on it. I think that'd be kind of cool. Good. You've said lots of nice things about it so far, so I will give it a go. You recommended me Generator Rex, and I did enjoy that. mean, its ending was incredibly unsatisfying, but that was because it got cancelled, so... I'm not going to hold that against it. Zapdos Magnetism. If you wonder where these cards are going, I just have a box just on my knee.
It disappears.
Really?
It's magic.
I'll take a maxi. I'll draw the card, thank you. Acceptable. Heritage.
Have you have you seen anything about this one that was made? This did everything.
No.
It
Don't know about
is, it is a very weird game.
I know that the new update of Pal World comes out next week, I think.
Is it?
I think so.
Nice.
I do need to get to that. But then there's also I need to get rank 5 on some of my critters, which is going to be kind of annoying.
It can be.
A joke. They made Shengon Wu for jokes. Of course.
I mean, what else would you make it for?
Yeah, I will definitely rewatch it. Maybe this weekend when I'm editing my videos. Got quite a lot to do. Well, at least a lot to edit anyway. I'm out of sleeves now, so I've got to use the promo Pokemon sleeves. I mean, no one's ever wanted to buy them, so there's no point. I'll use them all.
May as well.
So I need to finish Flint the Time Detective, and then I'll do Challenge Shona. I can't remember what episode of Flint I'm on though. It's been a while. It is fine. So soon, Firewall, I will be able to remember things. There's a lot about the power system it didn't get chance to tell. Because it's like, what would you class its power system as? Because Rex's abilities are too outlier for it to be like the canon system. The standard system of the nanobots, or whatever they are, that's pretty cool. I won't count Rex's ability to manipulate them to be the standard though, because the standard is it. What does it do? It mutates things, I think is the standard. Maybe? mean, it's a better power system than Ben 10. I'll give you that. Yeah, that would be the power system more than Rex's would be. Because Rex has the Master Nanite or something. I don't think his is the standard, his is the outlier. Yeah, the Nanite system is pretty interesting, but it just depends on a lot of the other aspects. Like, he was a part of like the original experiment, so he was more powerful than a lot of things, because he also had the when in danger turn into giant robot and lose his memories, because that's how he lost them. But then it turns out that's not what it does, because later on he just doesn't lose his memories and he just can do it whenever. Call by State's monster, sir. Let's slowly do more of these and I'll get them out of my way. Yeah, he only does it once in the show right at the end, but it states, I think, in Season 1, that's why he lost his memories in the first place. Or was that in Season 2? Because that's why he doesn't remember his brother, or any time before when he was on the streets with his crew. That's why he lost his memories in the first place, apparently. It's been a while. I do vaguely remember that, though. I'm really gonna ruin this guy's day. Yeah, I think they mentioned eventually in Season 2 that that's what the mecha thing was, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. I'd have to research it in Generator Rex. I'll take another masterpiece. It was interesting though. I'm glad I did watch it. I do need to watch Ben 10 eventually though, because I didn't watch a lot of that.
I think I watched everything bar the reboot.
I think I've watched the movie where he's against Ben 10,000, but I had no context.
Mm-hmm.
Because Ben 10's power system is not even a power system, it's just our guy has the Omnitrix. No one else has one, only he has one. The Omnitrix is a powerful relic, sure, but I won't class it as a power system.
No, the aliens are technically
It's
the
more
power
of a plot
system.
device of he can turn into whatever he needs at the point he needs to have it. Right?
Generally, yeah.
I mean, at the beginning, he only has access to a certain few and he doesn't know all their abilities, but... Like, when he gets to Ben 10,000's level and he can just... Yeah, I can just do whatever I want. It's more of an ass pull than anything, but it's still interesting. I just won't class it as a system. And I suppose there is two Omnitrixes at the end. There's the Master Trix, or whatever it's called. The red one.
No, that one goes. There's only the one still.
Yeah, he destroys the Omnitrix and gets the Master Trix, doesn't he?
Yeah, Asmus gets rid of that one as well eventually. He goes like, "Oh, by the way, I've sorted it out now. This is the old. This is the good copy."
Yeah, like the power system in Ben 10 is aliens, and that's just that's their race thing. I don't class that as a power. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, something's not really a power if it's just really what you are,
No,
is
so
it?
yeah, the Ultimatrix, that's it.
Kirk.
Like, Avatars is probably one of the standard best systems regardless. As all, like, basically all benders are still using the same system. And they can't really exploit it. They stick to their rules very strictly. Naruto's is really lazy, by the way. I don't like... Like, Chakra is basically the same as Ki from Dragon Ball. Alright? I don't think it does anything interesting, Chakra. It's just a power that powers things. Whereas Bleachers doesn't do that. Bleachers does other things. Devil Fruits is kind of interesting because they have Devil Fruits and Haki. Oh, I guess a fish player. Interesting. I need Monster and Spell because they don't play traps. Ah, that was it. See, once I actually watch Ben 10, I can get more into, discuss more. I just don't know enough. I'll get there, though. Oh, by the way, Firewall, I got an emulator. I can play Pokemon Black now. I just need to make a layout. And then I can do a Pokemon Black Nuzlocke as well. After the Nuzlocke I played last week did not end well for me. It really, really did not end well. But considering it's one of the hardest games to actually Nuzlocke since Cynthia's, all the league's team are EV trained and are incredibly strong. Retcon galore. Not a massive fan of retcons, but sometimes it is necessary. I mean, Doctor Who's most definitely is. That's definitely cancelled right now. Yeah, that's that show I need to do with Dave, isn't it? The Doctor Who watch through. Which I think is going to be the 250 subscriber special. Yeah, so apparently I need to watch through Doctor Who, the classic. Because I said, and I quote, Doctor Who original wasn't good, it was just nostalgic. I'll stick to it. Look at this guy go through all his combos. Oh yeah, there's tons of things that contradict. Oddly, One Piece doesn't do that. Like, all its plot holes are basically fixed. Like, this week they fixed the plot hole of why Shanks lost his arm in the first place. Did you know that, Nat? They fixed that plot hole. Aren't they nice? Yeah, I'm going to be watching it on... not on stream, because I'll get it taken down, but... I could put it on, like, Patreon or something. Yeah, so, as well, they fixed the law of why Shanks lost his arm in episode 1 of One Piece. There was a reason he did it. He didn't lose it because he's an idiot.
Okay, why have you lost it?
So, spoiler territory. He is one of the Celestial Dragons, apparently. And the crest of the Celestial Dragon was on the arm that he lost. Apparently. Yeah. So there was a reason he lost it in the first place.
Seems like a bit of a weird time to lose it.
And it was right at the beginning of the journey, so...
Not of his journey.
He didn't need his army strong enough already.
Yeah.
But it was
It's
part
a
of
bit
his
weird.
plan, because he doesn't have the Celestial Mark anymore, so no one can, you know, say for who he is and stuff.
But then why did he choose to get rid of it whilst saving Luffy?
It was just an opportunity.
Whilst... When he could have got rid of it at any other point in time.
I ain't actually read that episode, so I don't know.
Weird.
That's what I just heard anyway.
Fair enough.
4 more grades to go up, and then I don't have to master Duel for a while. Because I do need to open the next set next week, because I'll have those. And then I'll just pick a random game to play, I think, if I can get to 75 today. And yes, Ben 10 does indeed have 23 seasons. It's going to take a while. I assume a lot of them are just going to be generic filler. A lot of old shows did.
Yeah. I'll say that probably is.
You know, like, a lot of the older shows had filler episodes that didn't do the get anywhere with the plot. But still, stuff happened.
Yes. I think generally a lot of like the younger Ben was generally just like random events. There wasn't anything really plot related.
Yeah,
They were
there's
just
only like
traveling
6
around.
or 7 plot episodes where things actually have to happen. Like meeting certain characters. I assume getting each of the transformations for the first time would be plot episodes. The finale obviously is meeting Kevin is definitely a plot one.
Is it? Well, yeah. Because he was one of the main villains.
Yeah. But he comes back as a hero guy, so he has to be canon.
Yeah, it is. It kind of changes story, I think, in later seasons.
It changes powers too. From what I
Kind
remember.
of.
And I heard they asked Paul Gwen to being part alien to give her superpowers
That
or
I
something.
did not care for. I still think she should have remained just a mage.
Yeah. Well, I haven't watched it. I've just heard that that's a thing that happens.
It is, and it's not great, I'll be honest with you.
Well, that'd make Ben part alien as well, because they're twins.
Yep. You would be right. And they're not twins, they're cousins.
Are they? I actually don't know. I ain't seen it. I've seen like 6 episodes. And a movie that made no sense.
Yeah, Ben and Gwen are both cousins.
Okay. See? I'm learning. It doesn't happen a lot, but I do learn every now and again. It's just they looked roughly the same age, so I just assumed they were. It's fine.
No. When you start watching it, it literally says it right from back now, so...
I've seen like 6 episodes. It's not great. I could be immune to monsters and traps. Is that going to be enough? Probably not. Yeah, but also they could have, on that there firewall, they could have just not done that. And it wouldn't have mattered, in a way. They could have just had his granddad's a cleaner, therefore he can do stuff. Why did I do that? That was stupid. I'm misplaying. It's fine. But if they were going to do Gwen's one with the alien DNA, whatever, they should have at least been able to do cool stuff with Ben if he was the same as well. And it also doesn't help that their names are very similar. That's probably why I thought they were twins too. It's fine. I messed that up seriously. That's not good. Why did they give her magic again? She just learned it off a random mage, didn't she? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, pretty much. I think she got Spellbook in the original series, if I'm not mistaken. But the funny thing is with Ben 10 is that there is always a Ben 10,000 episode, which is always set in a different future.
I did enjoy the crossover with Generator X one, though. That was kind of interesting. I mean, the entire battle would have been over immediately if Ben actually tried, but...
I could use his abilities. Ooh, I've just got 10 orbs. Could do a tentacle immediately. Ooh, that's...
I don't think I'm going to be able to finish all these cards today. That's fine. I can do it later. I just need to record some Demon X Machina tomorrow. As I am currently a month and a week ahead. I would like to get that to at least 3 months before I do anything. I saw a scene on a short where Gwen gives him a bag of metals and he says it's not enough metal for him to transform with. Did he originally have that, or was that just nerf?
What? No, it's never needed anything to transform.
Yeah, because she gives him a box of metals, because his second, the one that he can do in like season 2 or 3 or whatever, from what I've seen, is he can absorb matter, so he can touch metal and turn into metal. But she gives him a bag of something.
That was Kevin. Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin. Yeah.
I don't know about Ben. But no, they actually change Kevin's ability from well, they've not quite, but they've expanded it that he absorbs matter and energy. So he can absorb, obviously, change his outer layer into whatever material he picks.
Which is an interesting power.
It is.
Why does he have that? Is he a mutant or something?
He's an alien.
Is he?
Partly. Can't remember what type he was. He's like half something or other that absorb energy.
See? I'm learning.
But
Right now, I'm going to play a quiz game with you. Firewall can join in if he wants. I'm going to pick an element and tell me the first character or power thing that comes with that element. You ready?
okay.
Right. When you think of water element, what comes to mind?
I don't know, tsunami, but
I mean, with a character in a show that has water powers, what's the first one that comes to your mind?
Katara.
Yeah, same for me. I can't think of any decent water powers. Oh, hang on, there's one in
To be fair, I was
Sekiro.
thinking of Korra as well afterwards, and it's just like, okay.
Actually, Tsukiyumi from Sekiro is
Noelle, maybe, from Black Clover.
Oh, Noelle, that's a good one.
Yeah, she's pretty decent.
Water is very rarely used.
It's very. You do sometimes get a bit disheartened when you see that everyone seems to some reason get, fire or something.
You mean the weakest of the elements, by far.
It's ironic because in none of my stories anyone does anyone use fire as their main.
Do you know how easy fire is to beat if you're immune to being burned?
I'd assume very.
Very. Like Luffy is. And people are like, but Luffy can get burned. He can punch with fire and turn his arm into fire. He's immune to fire. He's fine.
Pretty much.
Like any character with dragon powers should be immune to fire. Just a standard. Does Aquaman really have water powers? I can't remember.
No, not
He
really.
doesn't manipulate water, does he?
There is magic in Atlantis, so.
I suppose his magic probably could then. 'Cause
So
I don't know.
think they use, like,
From what I
kind
know
of
about
like
Aquaman
water
is
magic.
he's really strong because he's from Atlantis. He can communicate with marine life, and he can do his trident has magic. That's all I know about Aquaman.
Yeah. And he gets stronger whilst he's in the water.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen him manipulate water, but I'm probably wrong, and Firewall will tell me I'm wrong.
I don't think he has either. Not really. It's just generally a powerhouse as far as I'm aware.
Water constructs? Oh, that's cool.
Kind of weird, really.
I don't think there's many comic book characters with water powers either, to be fair. Not many.
I wonder if that's why people say Aquaman is lame.
It's mainly because he just doesn't really do much. Like if he's not near water, he doesn't do much in series. So unless it's there, he just doesn't do out, from what I remember.
Yeah.
And to be fair, he can't really. Can he fly? I don't think he can.
No.
And his outfit's not as cool as the others. I mean, it's got cooler over time. But when you're comparing him to like how overpowered the Flash is, and an Aquaman, Wonder Woman, and all that stuff, he's just not as cool. Yeah, the meme was he's lame because he speaks with fish. It was like a meme. He's actually pretty strong. He's considering he owns basically all the water in the world, and water covers what 70% of the world or something. He's pretty strong, and he's feasibly richer than Batman, as he has access to all sunken treasure and the super technology of Atlantis. And later, Aquaman has a hook for a hand, which is cooler. That's basically it. Yeah, water powers, not many have. Fire is lame. Wind is the least used by far.
Yep.
Or is it? Standard Earth? Like, even wind is used in isekai shows and for like slashers for swordsmen, Earth is even less used.
So.
Also, Aquaman doesn't talk to fish, he just imposes his will and they do it. And because there's loads of sea monsters in the DC universe, he has access to those as well. That's why he's stronger. Okay, cool. Well, that, and he can also hurt Superman because he uses magic. Yeah. I'm going second, aren't I? Yeah. I think I know more gravity users than I do Earth users now.
I mean, if you think about it, Rudius is also an Earth user. That's his main magic. If I'm not mistaken. I mean, he uses many elements, but I think his main one's Earth. Ooh, Unicutter. What else uses
in general, water is powerful, but it's not. I think
never
people don't use
utilised
it because
to
it's
the
just
best.
not as useful at the time or something.
Water is generally just either weaken to the, because obviously if you think of like the Avatar, water is weak because you can't use it without water.
Okay, let me get your opinion on this now.
But,
Enemy casts fireball.
yeah.
Is that a fire technique or is that just an explosion? Because I think fire damage is significantly different than an explosion damage. What do you think?
Well, yeah, because explosion is not exactly. It's not about the actual flame.
Yeah, which is why
it's more of a shockwave. The explosion.
They always cast
kind of-
fireball and it explodes, and it's like that's nothing to do with fire. Like, oh, but he got hurt by a fireball. No, he got hurt by the explosion. An explosion is different than fire. Well, there's also the Naruto thing of, like, only 2 characters in Naruto have ever been burned, considering that's what the fire does.
Yeah. There's lots of things like that.
Do you know how rare heat manipulation is? Very rare in series is fire hot and does action as you would expect it to do.
Also true.
The same as lightning. Lightning rarely acts as lightning does because lightning is overpowered. Like it was in Avatar. You get struck by lightning, you will die. It's very simple. But then you have Naruto's lightning, which is just... It looks like lightning. It doesn't actually do lightning things.
It may or may not hurt. Or just tickle. That's the same for most things in Naruto, let's be honest.
It's rare, but it's cool when they actually do what they're supposed to do.
Yes.
God, I'm against Blazar combo turbo. Yeah, I can't kill that in True Draco, so let's not bother. I literally can't defeat that, so there's no point. Now let's swap from True Draco. What can I play? I like Avatar's power system on its own, but I think there's more stuff they could have done to make it cooler. Because I mean, I've said it before. I think Avatar is limited by it being a kids show.
So,
Like the elements are as they supposedly are, you know, actually as they're supposed to be. But they also make wind to be way more powerful than it should be. But that's fine. That's Aang's thing. It's not supposed to be powerful. It's supposed to be push your opponent or maneuverability. And like the things you Toph could do if it wasn't a kid's show. Yeah, it's just, that's why it's cooler. The comics and the actual books and novels are so much cooler because they don't need to be as tame. And I think that's more interesting. But that's partially because I think the power systems are more interesting than the story in general for me. I don't know why I think that way, I just do. I mean, as much of an like what Aang should do is just fly and cast different kinds of spells. But I know he can't do that because you can only chant one element at once. They fixed that. But even then, wind's not the biggest advantage when you're against firebenders. I mean, you should be able to put out their fire, which you definitely can do. Like the whole Naruto thing of, oh, by the way, wind makes fire stronger and can't put it out is absolutely crap. That is not what wind does. Okay, here's an avatar thing for both of you.
Okay.
Why was the Earth Nation losing to Fire Nation again when they are significantly stronger? Was it just technology? Is that it?
Pretty much.
Because say they have an army of firebenders casting fireball. They're on the floor. Toph has been shown to slightly move her foot and KO somebody by sending a pillar through them. There is no way that they should be losing. Is it just because of technology?
Mostly. Well, I think most of the Earth Kingdom was underdeveloped, which is what mostly got taken away. Because you gotta remember, there was only 2 cities in the Earth Kingdom that weren't under occupation. There, I can say words. It wasn't occupied by the Fire Nation, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but how should it have got to that point? Isn't the Earth Nation like 4 times the size? You'd think they had strength in numbers, right? I mean, I know the answer is because reasons, basically.
No, the answer is because the king is stupid. The king of the Earth Kingdom was a coward who hid in, I forgot what the main city was called. There was Ba Sing Se, and then there was, what's the other one?
No idea.
And then you had Boomy, who just he was just old at that point.
I just realised I can't play this deck against Zombie World. It doesn't work.
Well. You would be right about that. It is some of what I think is summoned.
I mean, I have an IP. That's basically all I have. Omashu, that was the other one. It's like, I know it's shown that the drill is really hard to break, but I still think that if they wanted to, they could have easily found a way around it. Like, the drill drills on ground, you just move the ground and the drill topples over.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, for starters, at that point, as well, I think Azula had gone in anyway. He's taken over the Dai Li from all. So they're kind of already occupying it anyway. The drill was just kind of a distraction. And yeah, the king's an idiot.
Apparently he was just controlled by the government. He wasn't so much of an idiot, he just had no power or something. I don't know. It's been that long since I've watched Avatar. I know I should rewatch it, but...
Hmm.
Don't get me wrong, I do enjoy Avatar, but I don't like it as much as a lot of people who watch Avatar do. It's just plot things. The world's interesting. I mean, I know we've had this conversation, Firewall. I do enjoy Korra better. I know you don't, it's fine.
Alright, Korra.
I'm almost out of sleeves and I'm nowhere even close to doing these. I might pick some more up when I'm going to town tomorrow.
Yeah.
Have to. Not much else I can do. It's where I kind of want to see what they do with the Avatar sequel that they announced.
Yeah.
It may be terrible, and it may crap on all of the Avatar legacy. I'm still going to watch it anyway.
Oh, potentially. There we go. Completely forgot what I was doing, but managed to succeed anyway.
Okay. I do need to eventually read the novels of the Avatar stuff. I haven't had a chance to get to that yet. I am nipping into local town today to pick up some stuff, so... Well, it is probably going to be one has Rava and the other has Vatu, but that has not been stated yet. But I would assume that that is what it is.
I would have thought that it would be the Avatar just has both of them now. Because if you think about it, that would be the most optimal thing. Yeah. So what is it? Because have we discussed this before? I think
Yeah, we're just going over a bit of a recap of. I do want to watch it though. I think it will be kind of cool. I mean, we don't know what Batu applies. He's the other half of Rava, so he should be very similar.
Well, that's the thing, because obviously when they got Rava back, they pulled Rava out of the other one, didn't they? It's like, so it stands to reason that they would now currently be intertwined with each other, and Rava's kind of keeping old, so that they're keeping with them for the Avatar cycle.
Well, yeah, the Batu wouldn't give him elemental powers though, because Batu hasn't stored those through generations. So
no,
it'd probably do soul bending.
Yeah, essentially, it's just be like, you know,
I'd assume soul bending. Or spirit
I mean,
bending. Not soul bending.
Well, the Avatar can already do all this stuff anyway, so basically I just think it's probably going to be just more of an amplifier, if anything.
Well, if one has one and one has the other, one may have soul bending and the other one has elemental powers.
Well, no, because obviously the Avatars always had spiritual powers. That's what the taking away of the elements was and all that.
There's going to be no context to this, Nat, but I need to say it. Considering what he just said in chat is, stop touching your balls then. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well,
that's totally not out of context. It's fine.
No.
And yes, it is ludicrously warm where we are right now. Absolutely dying. But at least my computer hasn't overheated today. That's something.
And you've not hit your desk hard enough for it to turn off.
I'm sorting cards. I'm perfectly chill. Well, that, and I've got my really quiet desk fan. I mean, it did cost me 130 quid for this desk fan, so I certainly hope it's really quiet, but...
I've got my big AC thing that is currently not being an AC unit and just a giant fan because...
Yeah, that's also a problem. I don't like turning on my PC when it's too warm, which is why I'm really far ahead in episodes. God, that is a garbage hand. I mean, we'll have to normal this. Yeah, I'm just playing decks that are really easy to play and I don't have to concentrate. I was playing True Draco for like an hour. GX Duel Academy. Oh, that's kind of cool. I do have Capsule Monsters and Duelists of the Roses. I mean, I am well aware that they are garbage, but I have those. And you're free to ask me to play those when I finish the game you've currently asked me to play. Because everybody's giving me a game to play currently, so... Praying chose Super Mario Sunshine. Not for a bit, because I need to finish other stuff first. I need to make the whole layout as well. You're too obsessed with Nuzlocke. I have too many games to play already. So it'll be That's all. It's fine. I don't really have an emulator to play Game Boy games right now. I have an emulator for our game. I have not nipped into town yet, no. I am nipping to Leeds tomorrow. So I'm going to see if they have Altered Beast there.
That's today.
Well, you know what I mean. It's basically today.
Anyone rouses from one's slumber today?
Yeah, so... games I currently have to play are... Nacho's Heart of Darkness. Firewall chose Dead Space. Or at least he didn't particularly choose Dead Space. He recommended Dead Space and I just decided to play it. I should have destroyed that.
No, done that.
How would I introduce them? You slowly introduce them as either not a threat early. So if you the earlier you introduce them, the more the people are going to be, oh, it's that guy. Or you put him as names mentioned, like his names could be mentioned on documents or in passing, and that's the guy. Generally, for villains, you want them to be shown more, if you know what I mean. You want them to show up earlier. You may not think they're a villain at first. That's how I usually like introducing villains. Either they don't start off as villains, or you just introduce them as passing, but maybe as just, you know, just yeah, just in passing, and people are like, why are they mentioning this guy? Then eventually they'll remember that that's the guy. It has more impact for me. Tier is such a horrible deck. Like, I'm introducing mine in mini arcs. Well, they're introduced normally, but I'm going to do a mini arc about each one. Like how they got to that point, their motivations and stuff, maybe, and stuff like that. That's what I'm going to go for. Game, I just want to win enough to get to 75 so I don't have to play Master Duel all the time. Because it feels like a waste of my dual pass if I don't get to 75. I mean, I am using my sub-tier decks that I'm not very good with, but they don't know that. There he is. There's a right heart. And now we suffer. Now, Magic doesn't have an issue with any of that. I mean, even if it did, and they have costs, therefore they're fine. Costs fix basically every issue that Yu-Gi-Oh! Currently has. Like, if you locked Yu-Gi-Oh! To having only one element, playing only one element, or stuff like that, they've got no chance.
One more.
Yeah, I'm basically only sorting these out as well because I bought a Pokemon collection.
Hmm?
I bought myself a Pokemon collection. And yes, Kashtira is incredibly lazy card design. It's horrible.
Yeah. So.
They're all normal summons that summon themselves for no tributes. And they all banish your opponent's cards face down. They don't lock you into anything. They don't target anything. They can nope anything.
Fair enough.
Like, there is a deck I really want to play on Macedor, but since it's a ritual deck, it's going to be garbage, so I'm not going to bother. Yeah, and like in Magic as well, even if you are locked into certain things, you can still like combine anything with blue. And just, you have an out to basically anything anyway. Even if it costs you your resources that turn. Because unless you have infinite resources, even on your turn, you've got to determine whether to stop your opponent or play your own turn. Oh, just enough slaves. Hold on me. Alright, quick break. I'll back in a sec. Oh. Let me get my blanket so I don't boil. And yes, I do have a blanket to cool me down, it's fine. I'm not completely insane. They're Yu-Gi-Oh sized, can't use them. Bum bum bum. I really should use a deck that isn't garbage. But it's fine. Where else am I going to play jank apart from here? I have. Yeah, look at my light, it's so cool. This is Kevin, by the way. He's a good boy, he's Kevin. Ooh. We're against that deck. Interesting. What more sleeves do we have? Lucario sleeves. Cool. As many of these done as I can. Arciella. Sure. No, these are just, you know, when I buy collections to boost my fair stock. That's just what this is. I didn't have any Yu-Gi-Oh to sort until the set comes out next week. Or I'd have been doing Yu-Gi-Oh instead. Because the next set, next Friday, the 28th is 27, 28, something like that. I believe the set that has the psychic monsters in it. Since I can't have my actual set because Konami messed up. I've never been super into the Pokemon playing it. I mean, I can. And I do play the Pokemon trading card game on the Switch. I do spend a... if you mean it being a 20 or 25-year-old Game Boy game called Pokemon the Trading Card Game, yes. It's very jank, but it is fun. You just play as a guy who has to defeat like all the gyms, and they all play at different elements of decks. And you've got to beat them to get card packs. And then you have to defeat the League, who use the same ones as the... They use like dragons, which are normal in the original one. Fighting and stuff like that. Oh Christ, he got rid of my Bisteel. Of course he did. How did he get rid of my Bisteel? See, this is garbage. Beansmith combo, thanks. No. No, we're not doing against that. Go away. I mean, it wasn't so much the talents rip, I wouldn't have been able to win that anyway. Metal Morph is not a good deck. Now, we'll play this. Yes, I'm being a heathen, okay? Ignore me. I don't think I've won any coin flips today, and that's quite impressive considering I've been playing for 3 hours. Can Flu do anything going second? Shifter, shifter, shifter. Oh well, they've killed Snake Eye, so that's something. Fiendsmith they haven't killed, but Snake Eye they've killed. They just got rid of one of the fiends, one of the things. It's not a massive issue. Oak does matter, it's just that the problem is they've just left Fiendsmith. If they did some Fiendsmith stuff, it does matter, but to Snake Eye, it does. It just doesn't do enough. Yeah, immediately backfired on it. Absolute genius, this Konami. What did they expect is going to happen? Don't get me wrong, the only problem I currently have is Fiendsmith itself and Kashtira. If they can get rid of them, I'd be having a really good time. I'm more annoyed that all the ban list predictions are stating that Konami is going to hit Mitsurugi. Leave Mitsurugi alone. It is the only nice thing Reptile have had since the beginning of the game. Leave them alone. Oh, now I draw Shifter. And yes, it has been 18th month of Snake Eye. But it's not so much Snake Eye being the problem. Snake Eye don't do a huge amount. It's more the other stuff enabling Snake Eye. But yes, they should die. But Konami just refused to deal with it. Konami are probably thinking, when the new decks come in, it'll defeat Snake Eye. not actual slaves. If it means for the next 2 hours while I'm going to be on, if I have to lose enough games to get to 75, that's fine too. Alright, so we're not playing Flu. Flu is not good enough. No. I think that Konami was fine doing what they were doing. I think people were just over-exaggerating. Because those people who were over-exaggerating, like Ruxin and that's the only format they play. In the grand scheme of things, Konami's not making any more money. They don't have to support it. And their rulings are stupid and should be changed anyway. Priority is a rule that should have never been a thing.
You want about the changing to time, whatever time wizard format?
Yeah, I think that they shouldn't. I don't think it's a massive deal at all.
It is and it isn't, is what I think. I mean, it is in the fact that obviously there's a ton of people who like to play in time wizard format. There is technically no reason to change it because
yeah, but the people who play time wizard format don't like those rules in time wizard format. Priority is not a thing that should have ever existed. It's stupid.
But I assumed everyone who played time wizard format was playing it because they enjoyed those rules and those cards and the old effects and everything. Why would you play that?
But the judges don't understand the game. You can't judge it like that.
Yeah, but that's the other side. So basically, I can understand why people don't want it to change because they like the format. They want it to stay like that. That's the way it should be. But then you've got obviously Konami going their ways, like, okay, well, we need judges to judge this, but we don't have the judges, like someone was saying. Who was it that said it? I don't know. Praying. But yeah. But I can understand both sides, and I know for a fact that some people are actually starting to thinking of doing their own time wizard thing.
That's how they should have always done it. Konami does not have to supply them with support or anything.
But no, my question is there anything aside from the fact that there is a time wizard format? Is it like an actual official tournament? Is it just people just going to the official tournaments to play a time wizard format? Is that all it is? What is some? I don't know.
Usually,
100% of
the people who get knocked out of a standard tournament go into the time wizard one.
Is it an actual tournament though?
Yes.
It's like prizes and everything.
Yeah, but Konami don't have to do that because the people who are playing time wizard aren't giving them money.
So again, that's like it's fine on Konami's side because on Konami's side they're trying to streamline everything.
Yeah, they are. That's why I had no issue with it.
Because I can't say I don't have an issue with it either on either side. I mean, I get why people don't want it to change, and I also get why they have changed it. They don't have to change it, but they have changed it. So, but it's like it's one of those things. It's like it's not affecting us, so we can't really 100% say whether it's a good decision or a bad decision. It's just the decision that has been made has affected people, and it's positive for both sides. Well, positive and negative for both sides at some point. And like we also said, you can always go make your own tournament with
Sorry,
old
I
rules.
just summoned his Crimson Dragon to my field, so now he can't do his plays.
Yep, nice.
Sucks to be you, Blue Eyes boy. Extra deck lock me now. You can't lock me with your stupid stuff. Yeah, being a judge is also not a job I would like. I mean, I've even made a game in Duels, and I still don't even know all the rules of Duels correctly. It has a lot of random rulings we haven't figured out yet. Yeah, I'm not allowing that. Currently, I have lost the most Wars games, but yes. It's quite impressive making a card game you always lose at. I have also made the strongest deck in the game so far, though. That's my only contribution. Oh, and in lore, my character in the... because we've got a sort of a manga and lore to go with it, is the second strongest character, technically. No, third, technically. I'm not the Pegasus of Dwarves, I am the Gallium of Dwarves, my character. Yes, my character is called Gallium, by the way. Well, that's his title. It's the rulings of Stealth Firewall, the face down cards. We haven't really figured out what they are yet. For example, if you set a card into Stealth from your hand, do you gain a resource, or is that a summon or not? There's lots of other random rulings we haven't figured out with Stealth yet. Well, that is also partially because we don't have any Stealth decks to test it on. If we had some Stealth decks to test the rulings with, which, you know, because you've seen the Mecha Spider deck I've made, it's not finished, so I can't test it. So I can't mess around with rulings until it's done, basically. Oh, trap monsters. Or toons. There's 4 different kinds of toons. It's really stupid. Yeah, I'd have to set my field from getting them to stealth, but then since a field will generally only have 3 resource gains, is my resource gain going to be on summon, on set to stealth, and on something else? Oh, good, he got Archfiend. We're doing well. And yes, I'm playing Mimigul. I like Mimigul. I'm making this deck for Tash, by the way, now.
Yeah.
For her Christmas thing, she wanted Troll. She can have Mimigul.
Why not?
I didn't mind only having one field active at a time. I thought that was pretty decent. Let's... yeah, let's summon Ghoul. Do I want to... no, I need to keep that face down for now. During my main phase, I can just add a mini goal. Let's go do that. I would like... Fairy. I didn't mind when trap monsters were still spells and traps. I think some still are. Not all of them count as just monsters. Some trap monsters still count as traps. If I remember correctly. It has been a while, though. Let's do a throne. Yeah, the blocks off from using a stone, but they haven't changed that to all of them. Some still count as a zone. It's only if they count as a monster, and some say if this card stays, states it still count as a trap, then it still locks up a zone. If I remember correctly. Master. I would like slime. Have slime. Yes. It only returns to spell and trap card zone if there is a zone for it to go to, and other jank things do. Go away. No Fiendsmith garbage for you. Because now he can't normal summon. While he controls a face down monster, he cannot normal summon. There's some Dwarves rulings around Unity as well that we do need to fix. Ooh, fairy. Well, I know that certain trap monsters can be flipped down because they're classed as monsters, but when they're flipped face up again, the effect that makes them a monster doesn't work and they get sent to the graveyard. Unity is a card with Unity can be from your hand can be added as a unit to a card on the field, basically like giving an Xyz material. And it gives it buffs depending on certain scenarios. But a card with Unity is the only thing that can gain buffs from the units beneath it. And equips also equip under a card. So also equips may or may not be units. Once I've finished the gun deck, I'll do more of the stuff on Unity. It's one we just don't do much with. This guy plays multiple Fiendsmiths. Yeah, I'll fix Unity at some point. There's certain things we need to fix. It's mainly the big mechanics that we haven't had a chance to test. Not be flipping anybody face down. It's way too warm to be doing that. You're already melting.
Speaking of flipping things first down, did you ever decide on what happens in duels with first downs?
What, concealed cards?
Hmm.
All cards with stealth have the ability to conceal.
Yeah, but what happens when the first down? That's what you and Mike were discussing last time, wasn't it?
You can't be targeted by cards or effects. But if a card nukes the field, you still die.
Yeah.
So you can dodge attacks by flipping yourself face down if you want. That's all we've got, because we haven't really done anything with it.
Do you think about the stat changes?
No, that is also something we do need to discuss.
Because I think last time, I think I mentioned that I don't believe stat changes should reset. I think everything remains the same.
Well, it's still the same card, technically.
Well, yeah, so it's the same card.
Because
the only thing you're doing is you're
units would stay under it.
Where it is.
So that means equips would still be equipped to it, right?
Yeah, anything that's equipped to the card stays on the card. Any stat gains it has will remain.
But
conceal is as its name.
Is it not being targeted by the equip though?
No, because we don't. Because it is just he's holding it. If you conceal yourself, why would you drop something? You got something in your hand. Why would you just let go of it?
We have abilities that state you cannot be targeted. So if you don't have that ability, you can be targeted. You're fine. But we don't have anything
if something is already equipped. Yeah, then you are fine because it's already equipped. It's already been targeted. Everything, all the equips have already been put on it.
We don't have Konami's thing of if it doesn't state target, it doesn't target. All our cards state target on them.
Yeah. Because my thing with the face down and
generally T4s or buys on cost.
Yeah, my thing is like it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh where there is face down defense. This is a skill that lets you conceal your card from your opponent. Essentially, that's literally the only thing that you're essentially doing. Yeah. Your opponent cannot see the card, attack the card, or target the card because it is concealed. It is hidden. Essentially, it has not left the field. It is anything else regarding it has not changed.
If Firewall and Praying didn't understand what we were saying then is we were trying to figure out if you flip a card into stealth from face up, which makes it face down so your opponent can't target anything, does it keep all its stat changes, if any? That's basically what we were discussing.
Yeah.
but then, for example, if you can't target it, and it has the effect of flip, this card gains 1,000 attack, and then you can flip it immediately back face down because it has stealth. It's going to steamroll, and that's only if that's just only in the example of it gaining 1,000. The Spider God has the effect of flip, kill a card you control, and it gains that stats permanently. It's going to be huge. And it's a god, so it has like god protections and stuff.
But you keep thinking that is Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the only thing that really has face down, like defense and stuff like that. That is not what we're doing with this card.
I would like to make
face down
more
normally.
unique.
Yeah, we don't have face down normally. Face down isn't something that exists in ours. It is a skill that, like I said, it hides your card from your opponent so they cannot see its current. So basically, they need to remember what its stat gain was at the time of thingy, when it was concealed, because it still has everything that it has. It probably would not gain any more stats from its
face
own
down
ability.
cards can't activate effects, so it won't gain any until it flips back up again.
Yeah, so it won't change until it flips
all
back. So
stealths-
basically, any gains from having more things on the field would affect it once it's unconcealed again.
All stealths now, well, currently, because I'm changing it, have an ability to flip them over. They have an act. They have an act ability that states if condition is fulfilled, flip it. So you can't immediately flip it over unless you have a card that states you can. It itself can only be flipped based on its own conditions.
Yeah, so it's basically the way I see generally stealth cards working is they're more like ambush cards. Yeah, it's like they're kept face down until something happens of where you then go into it. So you could have one that literally you have it in face down stealth, and then you can flip it when you get attacked directly, and your opponent then has to target that card.
Yeah, I do have one of those.
Instead. Yeah.
He's a good boy.
That's essentially all it is.
I think it's Ambusher who does that. I'd put it on screen if I could remember where I put it. Starlight, no, it's not in that one. Yeah, put it in the dump. Do you remember?
Because I will also say, Firewolf said
it.
that it's not the same monster. It is the same monster. He doesn't forget what it is.
I found it.
It's just hidden from view.
Well, I'll quickly put this up. Just, I think everyone you can see this. So, my extra field, because some of the things into the same zone they are. I've got God Arts to flip concealed things as triggers. Yeah. Auto, if it's placed into stealth, if a card's put in front of it, it can flip itself. So they've all got the condition of flipping themselves. And on flip, they do stuff. They've all got stealth. Oh, that's a mechanic that we do need to address eventually too. The mechanic of infiltrate. That's going to be fun. Yeah, so for context, Firewall, if you don't know what infiltrate does, is you can set it to stealth on your opponent's field. You just give it to them. So that's what infiltrate does. Because the field states I think it's one of the fields. I think you can give it. You can give any card that has stealth to your opponent, basically. Because he's based around triggers and doing stuff like that, and yeah, it's a decent little deck. It's not amazing, but I think it'll be fine. What tier does a face down familiar have? Whatever it has on the card. Because if it can't be targeted, so if your opponent's got an effect that gives you plus 100 per tier on the field, it's face down. It doesn't have a tier because it's still face down. It's in a
would have a
non-public.
tier.
It's in a non-public zone.
Yes, it's hidden. Like if it was in your hand, you can't look at it. You can't tell
But
what it is.
if you do happen to destroy it and it goes to the grave, and you've got an effect which gives you power based on the tier of something you kill, it's in the grave. It's face up. It still has a tier.
Yeah. As soon as it comes back face up, everything is then public knowledge. Everything, you know what it is. If you don't know what it is, you can't trigger anything to it. So if something triggers based on something's attack or stat changes or tier, like you've said already, any of these, if it targets any of this, it can't, because you don't know what's going on, because the card's hidden itself away from you.
Gods are tier 6, by the way.
Hello, 5s.
No, we needed them to be slightly higher, didn't we?
No, I think we'd put them as 5 because they're not true gods as it were, was it?
Yeah, you have to tribute a combination of 5 to summon one.
I thought it was just like the strongest tier 5 you had.
It basically is, but for the effects of... Because they don't have a 5 symbol on them, we have a D. So we have to state what it is.
I'll be honest, I also thought we got rid of that.
Well, if we get rid of... We have to put a
It
number
would be
on
a
them.
race.
Hmm?
Because I thought it was just a race that we were putting down on them.
Well, they need to
instead.
have a tier on them.
Yeah, it'd just be tier 5.
I don't know, it seems kind of lame. I think they should be higher than 5. Like, what difference does it being a tier 6 do other than a 5 other than a number? They've still got the same strength as a 5.
Then why do we need a 6?
Just to make them look cooler. They're supposed to be the cornerstone of your deck. It'd be lame if they were just tier 5. Hang on. What if the familiar has a card that affects 3 or lower fans? Your board of face downs. It doesn't do anything.
Can't activate it. Because your opponent currently does not, as to your knowledge, control tier 3s or lower. Though, if it is a continuous that affects 3 and lowers, as soon as the card is flipped back face up into public view, then the effect would take action.
Yeah, you see, stealth we haven't really fixed yet.
There's a lot of things we've not fixed
Because we
yet.
haven't finished a stealth deck. I think the one that we were fixing next was Shift. If I remember correctly.
Yes, because we had 2 interpretations of what shift was.
Yes.
As
Do I have a
recall.
copy of that so Firewall can pitch in? Yeah, I do. I'll put that up after this game. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. There we go. I mean, I've lost this game, so I've got no real way to win, but I'll try. Yeah, I am out of sleeves, so I can't really do any more sorting. That is inconvenient. I'll pick some more up at Forbidden tomorrow. I think Forbidden has the cheapest sleeves.
Actually.
Yeah, you can place you can put it into stealth in whatever position you like. It doesn't matter. It can't attack or be attacked, so...
Yeah, stealth is literally just basically you're hiding your card. Yeah, it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it's an actual...
Unless
I don't know,
it does matter
ruling?
at some point, right now, it doesn't matter what position it's in.
I mean, to be fair, conceal can be in either attack or defense. It doesn't really matter. But if you keep it in attack, because you could have a stealth card that does matter which it's in, and you can still switch its battle
If
position.
your opponent has a card effect that is gain plus 500 per attack position your opponent controls, does that affect a stealth?
I'd want to say no. Anything that is in stealth, battle position...
Well, law-wise, it's hiding, so you can't tell it's in attack.
Yeah. You don't... That card, for all intents and purposes, you do not know what stats it has, what position it's in. Yeah. Or generally anything.
Because all the effects stay flip a card from stealth, so when you flip it from stealth, you pick what position you want it to be in.
Yeah, essentially, that would be what I'd say would happen.
Wow, I keep losing. This is not great for me. Right, so I'm about to lose. So this is, for reference, Firewall, the layout field of Dwars. And you'll see here the shift zone. This is basically the extra deck, in a way. You can have, I think it's 10 in the shift zone, unless your field lets you have more. So, for context, that is the shift zone there. So, yeah, I lost, it's fine. This is the only shift deck we currently have, which has the effect of +3 shift zone limit, so you can have 13. And these are shift cards. These live in the shift zone. And the only way to summon them from the shift zone is to fulfill this condition. So if you have this and this, on your turn you can combine them to this. When you combine it into Harry, the Lightning Royal Knight, Zeion Rider and Ginny go under it as units. So then it has the effect of activate a skill of a unit it has. So it has Harry and Ginny, which are, I think, 2s? If I remember correctly, or are they 1s? Ginny's there. So that as a unit gives it an extra 400 power. And... yeah, that's basically... side deck? I don't know. So the issue we were having was... if Harry is destroyed, does it go to the grave or does it go back into the shift zone? As if it goes back into the shift zone, you have access to it later, but you also don't have access to it in the grave to do other card effects. Or as a resource. For example, if that is destroyed and goes to the grave, you can reborn it with a card that states, reborn it and give it a unit. But if it's always going to go back to the shift zone, you're going to lose a lot of advantage.
Yeah, because my thing was...
and for example, if you destroy it and your card states, when it's sent to the graveyard, do something, it will never be sent there. It will always go to the shift zone. But then you have to get both these units again to have access to this card instead of just having it from the grave to do stuff. So I'll let Nat do his bit.
Yeah, so basically the way I was doing Unit is I wasn't using it as a fusion. So I know Brad's done this one as a fusion, but that would give, I suppose, more power variabilities. But same thing though. You've got your main card on the field. You change it into the new card from your shift deck. The other card goes into it as a unit. I believe that it should go back because it is not, as I would put it, a deck card. It is a alternate form. So it's not. So what you're changing it into an alternate form essentially.
But then it's like, how different can alternative forms be, since they're still the same tier, and the only difference may be an extra ability or stats.
Yeah, and obviously because it's an alternate, it's like you're shifting or changing the card itself. It still counts as that card and everything, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, it gains the unity effects and everything. Everything that was on the previous card still remains. Obviously, in Brad's instance, if he has two cards, I'm assuming everything from both ones go under it.
Yes.
As well. But then, obviously, it goes back into the shift zone because it is not itself a card per se. It is an amalgamation of a card that already exists.
Extra deck vomit design. How do we see it like that? Because for me, all decks are exclusive to what they are. You can't play these in anything else other than what it is.
Pretty much.
Because you have to have the specific units for what it is.
I mean, I think for general shift rules, I would say it just goes back into the shift deck. Yeah, face down. Yeah, it don't really matter. Back into the shift deck.
Because if you
then,
like only
but
ranks
yours
up on...
could be yours could be it's like you have it similar to, instead of going to the deck, it still goes back to the shift zone, but you could add to yours like a pendulum thing of it gets put face up, and then from there you can still summon it in some other kind of way unique to the deck. Because it's like I'm trying to get. I feel like, because obviously Glory uses shift. I've got Spirit.
Well, the only one
Reaper that
Shift Glory has is
well.
the deity Glory, who can swap between different deities.
Well, yeah. So Glory itself is eventually going to have like a shift deck of some
but
kind.
Glory
But the
shift
way
form,
I've seen it.
Glory's shift form changes how that deck plays. Like if you switch to Dancer Glory, you can also use Dancer cards.
Yeah. So that's one of the things, and obviously
See,
that
well, we just don't make that.
When it dies. That form, when it dies, is basically the original card goes to the grave, because that's what the original card was, and then obviously the form that you've taken on just disintegrates and just goes back in, because it's essentially like going into Super Saiyan and then just coming back down into standard form.
I mean, even if we do
It's
eventually
how I
make
see
one
it.
that is one Warrior and one Valkyrie, there won't be many decks that could gain resources from that. And if then, it'd just be a random side tech. And you'd still need to get the... Well, for example, the one Warrior and one Valkyrie may just be generics, but these ones have the ability that adds when they are units as well. So not all of them will have that. We've always had a problem making standard generics anyway. I mean, this is also a thing that we were going to test eventually, but we can... You just say it all now if you like. Because you will all... Since you play different card games than we do, you may say other issues that we haven't seen. Because we may just not make a card that is generic ever. Because there's a lot of cards we're not allowed to make, so... Maybe? Just voice all your issues with it. In a way, I don't mind doing either one. It's just we need to choose which one we want. Because I also under the understanding that if we go Nat's idea, this entire deck doesn't work and I have to remake it all. Unless we can interweave both of them.
It can work. I think you just need. I think this deck just need. You just add the unique gimmick, or to this deck's version of Shift. Because, like I said, my version of Shift doesn't actually rely on other cards, except obviously Spirit Reaper. That actually relies on tokens, though.
Yeah, but if it doesn't rely on extra cards, mechanics generally have to evolve over time. Eventually, it may have to do that.
But the general way I see it is like a card is basically it's just an alternate form of the same
It's not
card.
unreasonable to have a quick effect assist that swaps a card's forms.
No, I don't see an issue with that one, especially if it's like was it? Did you not propose before at some point like
Well, I have to fix this because Sarasha is the deck of that.
Yeah, because I think I can't remember what it was, but there was a deck that was proposed before where it'd be outfits and stuff like that, which technically this would be perfect
that
for.
Is the
and
opposite
you could
of
have
Catherine's
that card
deck.
called Quick Change, which is basically change a shift card to another shift card.
Catherine's opposite. The Ghost deck where they swap outfits.
Yeah.
However, Nat, if you don't know, the Sarasha deck I've made is currently similar to yours. This is the outlier, but we could also make this deck the gimmick of Dawnstar be this and only this. No other deck will ever have the combining of 2 into 1. And we use Shift Standard as upgrading forms.
Yeah.
If you like, we can try that.
Oh. What do you mean? Shifting Standard is upgrading form? What?
Shift as Standard is one card to another card, not a combination of cards. The combination card can be just Dawnstar only.
But it's not just the one card. I think obviously Shift can be either any amount of cards or just a single card or Shift. The Shift itself isn't really the issue of what is used to shift into it. The thing I'm thinking of is basically what happens to the shift card afterwards.
Yeah. So we could state, like you said earlier, that it just goes face up and then it can be reborn from there, so long as we don't make any cards in the future that its only effect is flip one card in your shift zone face up. So long as we don't do that, it's fine.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. But and that would be a decent gimmick for this deck to have. It's just like you'd just have it on like your field card instead. You wouldn't have it on any shift cards to save room, and it would be just on your actual counter field.
No, I can just change any card that states like target a familiar in your graveyard to target a familiar in your graveyard, or a face-up card in your shift zone.
Yeah.
That's literally all I'd need to change.
And obviously the shift card would just gain... I'm not sure how you'd want to do it with the resurrection of a shift card, because obviously the shift technically can't be there unless it has something underneath it.
It states reveal a familiar. If that familiar is already face up and is already revealed, can you reveal it?
No.
I might have to fix that then. To target a familiar in your shift zone.
Yeah.
Reveal or target a familiar in your shift zone. Okay. I was thinking.
Yeah, something that's already public knowledge you can't reveal again, can you?
Okay, so that we can do. It just also means we have to finish an actual shift deck to try.
I think it's just I need to. I keep saying it, but I just need to edit my Spirit Reaper deck. It's pretty much.
I don't
there.
know if I have the latest copy of Sarasha on me to have a look at.
Oh.
Do I? I don't think I do. Anyway, there we go. We just blurted that, but I think we've potentially fixed it. Maybe. So the combination gimmick will be unique to Dawnstar, and only them.
Not the combination thing, but the face-up thing, I think.
I think the face-up thing's fine in all of them.
But, because I don't believe it's necessary in everything, because obviously certain shift decks... I don't think every shift deck should rely on just having some face-up.
Yeah, if you've got like a level 3 that can only shift into one thing, and then it's destroyed, you have to put effort to get that 3 back to shift it again instead of just getting the shift back.
Well, my Spirit Reapers all shift from a tier 1. And it basically ramps up based on the number of soul tokens.
Well, like if a 3 shifts into a 3, and even if you reborn the one from the shift zone, it won't have the units under it to get the buffs.
So... Well, that's the one thing I was actually going to mention. When you bring something back from face up in the shift zone, what are you putting underneath it? Because as far as I'm aware, nothing from that's a shift card can exist without having a card underneath.
We have not stated that. It just a shift summon is not
that is
even
another
a summon.
thing.
So it just appears.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing that I was thinking about shift card anyway, as well, is that would you just place 2 tokens? I was going to say place 2 tokens underneath it. I don't know if that would work. I don't know. Because my thinking of shift again is that the shift cards themselves are not the actual familiar. They are just essentially an outfit or an alternate form of what it is on top of.
So, if we're talking about units being a thing and attaching units, it's not unfeasible to have a 1C trigger remove a unit from an opponent's card. If you remove a unit from your opponent's card so it has no units, would it die?
Yeah. From my point of view, yes.
That is the easiest way to kill any card in the game.
But, alternatively, I would also say you cannot remove a shifted card, a card from underneath a shifted familiar that was used to shift it.
I don't know, that kind of...
The wording there is a bit terrible, I know. But basically, if I have Glory underneath my legendary Swordmaster Glory, that card cannot be removed from underneath it because it and the shift card are the same card in essence. So, whilst yes, it is underneath it as a unit, it is not doing true unity.
But as a unit, it's also an equip, so there should be no reason you can't get rid of it.
But, because, like I said, the way I see it is that the card and the card it shifted from are both one and the same. It's like, think of Digimon. It's like when you stack Digimon cards up and you're digivolving, it's like all them cards underneath it are the same Digimon as is the first one.
If you can
Everything is the same thing.
Gain buffs from each card and they can never be removed. It's going to be a pain in the ass. If you shift a card to another card,
as far as I'm aware, you cannot shift on top of a shift. So
why not? If they share the same name, there's no reason you can't. Or at least there's no reason you can't in the future.
there's always one card in the future, but then again, what about now? Is it a rule now? Because, like I said, this is my version.
Well, there's no reason you can't.
I think I'm
shift
bringing
onto
more
shift so long as
things
the
into my version
conditions
that
are
I'm
there.
just remembering from discussing it. But yeah, from my version of it.
Well, if you have a shift like Glory, which just I think Glory just states a tier 5 Glory familiar. Anything you shift onto Glory would be a tier 5 Glory familiar, so you can shift on it.
Yeah.
Even if
but
that new
I
shift
wouldn't
is
be
a
able
god.
to stack.
Why not?
Because I can't.
There's literally nothing like right now.
Because that's how shift. You can't shift onto a shift.
Why?
My thing is that it's an alternate form. So your alternate forms cannot just be laid on top. You'd be like wearing multiple clothes over multiple clothes.
Well, then what you have to do, remove it somehow and then get another one.
Well, depending on obviously the shift deck, you might have something that allows you to just automatically switch them, into different ones. I believe my Spirit Reaper does have a card that does that and things to do that. Shift forms.
I think we've killed Firewall.
Yeah, more than likely. There's a lot of information being thrown out, and we don't know what we're saying it. But
I don't remember
half of it anyway.
I don't think there's anything that states you can.
We've not really went through it very, very clearly, like with a fine-tooth comb.
Well, this deck definitely can't.
Yours can't, because obviously you need 2 cards anyway, and it essentially becomes a new form for the card as well.
Did I not have your version of Glory written down? I think.
Not sure.
I think I did.
I might have still been working on the shift version of Glory.
I found it.
But
yeah, 1 tier 5 Glory familiar. If gods are tier 5s, as you said, there's no reason that does not work.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about the what is it? Fusion is shift ruling rather than an actual card effect. I mean, obviously, generally card effects.
Well, the shift ruling
overrule rules.
If the cost is there, it works.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. It definitely says that it works. But my version and interpretation of what it should be is that you cannot shift over a shift. Because it's like I was saying, it's like wearing
why can't you stack
a jacket.
Multiple forms? Like if you have
it's
a
like
shift
wearing
card
a jacket over a jacket.
It shifts to lightning, then shifts to water, then shifts to light, and then it gains all 3 of the elements.
Here's an example of one which would technically work as a stackable shift. Mechas.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it can't exist. I'm just saying that mechanically, for the actual rulings of shift, it doesn't. But for the gimmick of a deck, you can have it. So whilst mine cannot, so basically, like I said, I think I've got something that swaps out cards in my Spirit Reaper deck. Glory would probably have something similar. It'd be more like you switching out forms rather than stacking over forms. Because these aren't true Unity decks, so they don't need to have units underneath them. It's the cards themselves that you're trying to get. Unity decks might want to do that multiple stacking thing. And obviously have the larger shift deck pool that you're on about as well. But again, that would be deck specific, where we're just on about general ruling. General ruling is that you cannot shift over a shift. General ruling says that shift cards go back into the shift deck face down. Mechanics-wise, for each deck, this could be different.
And then that would kill Firewall. He's asking us, do you people not wear shirts underneath your jackets? Well, I overheat too easily, and I don't ever wear jackets. But I don't know. I suppose it's...
Okay, it's like wearing a tuxedo over a tuxedo. Why would you wear two tuxedos? Yeah, it's like... Yeah, it's not like wearing... Because you... Let's just say that your original card is the T-shirt, and then you decided to wear a jacket. Yeah, why would you put anything else over?
Yeah, even if it's an alternate form, it's still a card on the field. Even if you remove the unit below it, it shouldn't massively matter.
Well,
You'd have
that's
to put
the
in
other
effort
thing
to
that I
remove
was.
it.
Well, yeah, because obviously that's the thing that I was on about as well. It's like the card is still the same card. It's not a different card. You remove the. You can't target for removal a shift unit, as I will refer to it as, because that shift unit is required for the shift to stay on the field. If it is a standard unit, then obviously it can be targeted and removed and whatever.
You've been hearing us rant. What do you think?
But a shift unit is part of that. The actual shift card is a part of it, and thus cannot be targeted for a unit being taken out.
But as a unit,
I
it's
will
still
not
also
surprised
an
that
assist
he's
that can be
zoned out.
destroyed.
I'm not. What's that?
Cards that are units are classed as assists because they are equips are the same thing. You can target an equip card on your opponent's card, even if it's also a unit.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying that it's more of this. This is where we're making the shift rulings.
Yeah, I thought you zoned out. It's fine.
Yeah, this is the rulings of the shift and how shifts work. Yeah, and the logic behind them. And obviously units have their own rules and stuff. That's why we're building this one to work, not kind of around and in conjunction with.
So you want a
Unity.
ruling that states a card listed on the effect of a shift cannot be removed from that shift.
Essentially.
If that is what we want to go for, that can't just stay a tier 5 glory familiar, it's got to have a name.
Mm-mm. No.
That would protect every tier 5 glory familiar you could ever stack under it.
Why would I stack more than one?
You may not, but eventually someone may do it.
How? Explain to me how.
There are cards on the in other decks that will most likely state target a card in your graveyard, attach it as a unit to a card on the field. And if you attach another tier 5 glory familiar,
again,
that does something.
Right, okay, that card has been attached not as a shift unit.
Yes,
like
but the ruling stated
a shift unit. We're going to have you can have two separate types of rulings. So you have a shift unit, which is a card used to summon a shift card, and then you can have a unit, which is just a normal unit through the effect of unity or whatever other thing, which is applied, which does become an assist. The shift unit still classifies as a monster. Because it is the same card, in essence.
This is going to sound incredibly dumb, and I'm aware now how dumb this is going to sound. Say that familiar there, that god dies with a tier 5 glory familiar under it. If they're still the same familiar, and your shift card goes to the shift zone, does the familiar stay below it, even in the shift zone?
No, because obviously it's the form that he was in has dispersed. It's like I was saying about the Dragon Ball. It's like being in Super Saiyan. You've basically been beaten. You power down. You go back into your base form. The base form's dead, but you're not in Super Saiyan still, are you?
Goku's Super Saiyan form is his base form, though. Goku's Super Saiyan form is his base form. He trained for that reason.
No, but if he dies, he cannot stay physically in Super Saiyan. His hair literally turns back to black. Yeah, and it's not a case that he can maintain that because it is a form that you need to maintain.
I think
If you're
we
dead,
need
you
to
can't
build
maintain
decks
it.
first before we can determine this. Because there's a lot to iron
Yeah.
out. Yeah, I know. Nat mentioned Dragon Ball Z near Brad. How dare you?
I know, it's unbelievable.
Absolute trash, that show.
Yeah. It's like Metabee going into the Metaforce.
Do not compare the good show that is Medabots to that trash, Nat.
Yeah. I'm on about the card game, not Dragon Ball.
Oh, unacceptable.
Yeah.
So we've figured some things out, it's fine.
Yes. So I think generic wise, they go back face down, and you can use his however many you want for the shift in general. Obviously, this deck's gonna get. You're on about gets the added bonus of being able to summon.
Oh, it's not SMG. I know what I'm going to do to fix it, so... I'll just add a rule to my field that states... shift cards that return to the shift zone stay face up.
Yeah, that's literally what I was saying.
And can be summoned... No. And are classed as being in the graveyard for the effects of Dawn Star cards.
And I would add the effect to your summon. So if you're doing a generic summon card from the afterlife, then I'd say it just affects the afterlife. But I think that you can have like a really nice tribe, clan, world specific one, which will let you summon something from the graveyard to immediately put your face up shift card over top of it.
Yeah, I have one of those. I just need to reword it.
Yeah.
No, I will not say something nice about Dragon Ball. It's terrible.
Yeah. Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z?
Both.
Or both.
I don't know if Nat super agreed with me, but me and Nat as a people prefer story over everything, and Dragon Ball Z does not have that.
I will slightly counteract that. Well, yes, story is definitely one of the things that I'm most into. Characters are probably the number one driving force.
Okay, name a character in Dragon Ball.
Tien.
He doesn't do anything. He stands at the back for Goku to do
just said
something.
name a character.
He has no personality.
Yeah. Right. So, yeah, that's probably why I'm not too fussed about characters over that side of it. But generally, when a story, to me, is really compelling, it's because it has really good characters. The characters are generally what compel me more along with the story than just having a good story. Because you can have a really good story, but all the characters are kind of bland, boring, and kind of meh. Which, to be fair, is most, isekais and other things. You have just
Quite a lot of isekais are garbage. Yes.
Your characters are just kind of generic and the same and boring, and they're kind of nothing to them. So when you kind of get a character that does have that kind of raw emotion kind of thing, and the characteristics and personality kind of flaring out, that is somewhat believable. It's like, I think that's where you generally get the really good story.
Yeah, I just prefer narrative-heavy things. Dragon Ball is just too punchy. It doesn't do anything. Like, even the fighting doesn't matter. Like, everyone is defeated with a ki blast. The punches don't do anything. It's just a spectacle that isn't relevant to the plot.
Have you seen Firewall's character, by the way?
Firewall's character?
Yeah. Yamcha's creator. That's a character.
Actually, I didn't until now.
Yes and no. I think there's some that do give them personalities, but
Yeah,
I probably kind of
the
agree.
self-inserts ones are not my favourite. The ones that have actual personalities are
Yeah,
isekai.
I'll agree with that.
Kashtira, fuck off.
But I like personalities. I like the characters kind of having a personality that isn't kind of just over the top.
There's also the isekai problem of a lot of them do have personalities in the light novel, just the anime does not do that.
I think also for me, when I say personalities, I feel like the personalities you kind of get in the mangas and anime stuff kind of tend to be over the top and too comedic sometimes.
Oh god, the ones that are comedic for no reason. That ruined Fire Force. I hate that.
Yeah. It's like these are the two things that can ruin. They could have a really good character, but by overdoing it, you kind of dilute the character and then make them sometimes unlikable. Yeah, or just downright ignorable. But yeah. Yeah.
It's why all the ones I enjoy, like, even if the anime is trash, I think the light novel's good. Like, I will die on the hill that isekai smartphone in another with my smartphone is good. Yeah, that's basically Asta's character from Black Clover, but he's also slightly more interesting. Like, I didn't like Naruto for that. All he is whiny for no reason at the beginning. He doesn't endear himself to me at all. Like,
Yeah,
Ichigo immediately endears himself to me because he fights for his friends. And back when I was reading that, I did not have many of those. And it struck a chord with me, and I appreciated that. Naruto is just... He was born with something ridiculously powerful, and he just breaks all rules. Like, I get he's supposed to be a prankster at the beginning because that's what Kyuubi does. But to not even try to make the village not hate him is stupid.
I think with the Naruto, most of the filler actually counteracts quite a bit of the kind of people hating on him a lot as well. Because a lot of the times when you see him, it's just basically everyone ignores him more than anything else.
Yeah. But then it's always stated, like, oh, he's hated by everybody. I'm like, until you show me that that's a thing, I will not believe that that's a thing. And it's never shown.
And then there's also the fact that everyone hid what happened as a fact. So no one technically has any form of reason to, from what I can see. If you are hiding the fact of what happened that night and who he is, why is everyone hating?
Not a clue. And that's what annoys me about it. Like, in a way, Naruto has got a lot of decent things in it. But if he can't adhere himself to me, I'm just not going to try. It's not my thing. And then for him to have the gall in Shippuden to just not do any side content with any of the side characters at all. And yeah, most tropes are not interesting. It's a massive pain in the ass. You can make tropes interesting. It's just a lot of people just won't. Cool. You do that, sir. You got some more feedback? Feel free. You've given me lots of feedback already on Dwarves things. I've got no problem giving you some, good sir. Okay. I'm going to wait for you to stop typing before I start talking, because you could answer the things I'm about to ask questions about. I think. Yeah, I'll just concerto here. Okay, so how do you infuse a spirit into each bone? What's its capacity, and which spirits would they be? And how easy is it to do? I should have gone with refrain then. It would have gone to the extract.
So this guy's got 206 spirit bones, yeah?
Yeah, it's like, how many can a being feasibly have?
To be fair, some of these bones are small, so they have to be really small spirit things that go into these
Yeah, if a
spirit
person's
bones.
like, can a person even contain that many? Or is it just some bones? Or is the rib cage classed as one section?
You'd probably want like I'd say that you could probably have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's that? What was that? 7, 8, 9, 10. At least 10. If you count the hands and feet, then you're on 14.
It's like, if he's going to be swapping bones, though, is he using his original bones? Is he taking out his own bones, then enchanting it? Because if you're going to be doing other people's, that bone's going to have to be the exact size it needs to be for him to walk.
I will actually chime in on this, because going back to our earlier conversation about power systems, in Duel or Duel, they do also have the thing of having spirit bones. And basically it is a spirit essence which then gets infused into your own bones. And obviously replaces your bone, but it rebuilds the bone that was there with the new bone. Yeah, and I think you can have like, I believe in that one it's like you get one per arm, one per, you get a torso one, and then the head one, a head bone as well. From what I recall, it's been a while. But for those, it is literally condensed spirit bone, which is then absorbed into you and then converts whichever part it was from into whatever.
So
he goes under
so when
surgery to replace and fuse.
So when you replace it with a spirit into a bone, does it miraculously become the exact size it needs to be?
Or is your character a Frankenstein? It's a monster. What was Frankenstein's monster actually called?
That's what it's called. It doesn't have a name, it's just literally called Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah. I'm calling it Fram.
I mean, I don't think... that's the one from Fate is called Fran.
Fram.
I don't think... I think you should cap it to the amount of actual ones you can do, because every single bone, that guy would be invincible. Like, even if every spirit gives a slight buff...
I have a feeling that it would be hard for some of them to be done. Because how good is the surgery in this place?
Yeah, but if a spirit blacksmith's doing it, do they measure the bones exactly? And then how do you remove the bone to put another bone in? Yeah, how good is said technology in this world?
Yeah. How good is it that you can swap bones? There needs, like we were saying before, it's like, I think in this instance, there needs to be some viable way that they can do this. So how good's that? Is it we can fix a sawn off hand, yeah, that's missing, being eaten, or we can just stitch it back on. Yeah. And it might not work.
Like, if it was, you can replace your bone with a compatible bone, not just any. Because then you've also got, like, you need to determine the level of how strong you want the guy to be. Because if you state any bone, someone at some point is going to ask what happens if you do all of them. Okay, how easy is that to do? Are there many characters in your verse who can do that? Because then there's also, if it's only 5 people, say, in the verse who can do that, would they not be protected by the country and you would not be able to approach them anyway? Is there an underground guy who can do it for you, just not as good?
Or just as good, but kind of dodgy on where the parts came from.
Yes, but would the surgery not become more lucky and more feasible the more bones are changed because you have more spirit powers? Would that not steamroll to become more powerful?
How strong are these spirit bones as well? Can these still break?
Yeah, can you cast your ultimate spirit powers using them, or are they just there to be stronger? Because if they're there just to be stronger, you could just make them enchanted bones, not spirit bones. You know, like carve runes into them or something. In a similar fashion, but you don't need to replace the bone.
No, just dig down. And you can give you guys some cool scars.
Maybe your guy wants to have longer arms for some sort of unique spirit skill. And you could just give him bones that are bigger.
So you're talking about mad scientist kind of situation here.
He seems to be.
Oh.
God's sake, Konami, I just want to win a couple of games today. So that means a bone would be vastly easier to break, and then the enchantment breaks than a weapon. So cost effectiveness of, if you enchant your entire arm, and then you randomly block, and it breaks your arm, you lose that ability. Cost effective wise, how much stronger would infused bones be? And what does an infused do apart from being, like, does it increase your ability to cast? Does it... But what does a bone do to warrant the... It's not so much a high cost, but if you can break your bone by randomly tripping on the floor and lose your spirit power... Maybe? Other people can trip them. For example, you've seen a lot of people in shows get knocked into walls. If that happens, do you not just lose your ability? Oh, he's playing Sprite. I don't stand a chance. If I don't draw well, there's no point me even dueling, so... Okay. To what degree can a person who has this do? Can they do bear claws, wings, teeth of a shark, all in one combination as a chimera sort of thing? As if you can do that, you are basically invincible. As what threat would a thing be to you? Like, they can't break your bones if your skin is indestructible. Or are you just not making a character who goes that far? Like, it's feasible, but they just won't do it. Would it... Oh, we've got power meters. Would them not merely existing inside the body knock the power meter down, though? I'm trying to think what would feasibly kill a full Chimera mode from a big boss boy. There's not many things I can think of that would be able to do it. Unless it's like a big boss level.
I don't know where I need to get off. I think I need some kit. Dude.
Just thinking about what to put there.
What do you keep doing that for?
Organite. I don't know, I'd have thought that if you infuse the bones, they would at least be able to... You know, just, they'd always be somewhat active to make the bones slightly stronger. Yeah, but how could... If a Chimera is as strong as it's been sort of to be, how easy can you dodge a Chimera thing? Is it more you have to just ambush them with more people? Like, one-on-one they're incredibly strong, but against multiple things? Then can they not just run away from multiple things? Are they not already infused? Is that not the thing?
So I'm gonna shoot now.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'll speak to you later. Ciao.
In a bit. extra. No 2 extra cards for you. Ooh, refrain. I'll take refrain. Okay. Which character in your story has this? Is he a villain, a hero? Is he the big good or the big bad? Or is he just a random side guy? And does multiple characters have this? Or is it just one? This is really strong for a mid-story bad guy. You could make this guy a villain. He is defeated by the hero and his bones are broken and the infusion is gone. But then he comes back later as a hero. Maybe. He seems too unique to be a one-off. Yeah, it sounds reasonable. It just depends how many you do of it. Like, is it commonplace? Is it a clan of people who just can do this? And you just don't meet as many of that clan? Like, are some just not to his level of change? They just do it every now and again to certain body parts? Can you graft body parts from things that are not humans? Can you just randomly have giant eagle wings on a guy? Yeah, it's just like, the main thing is just how common do you want this incredibly powerful skill to be? Yeah, but was he lucky enough to survive them being replaced? Did he will it to happen, or was it experiment on him? Because if it was done to him, you can do a heel face turn later of him becoming a good guy because he just doesn't want it to be done to anyone else, or he just wants to stop that specific procedure. Even then, 99% mortality rate is too low. I'd have said 99 point something. There's tons of cool stuff you can do. Is you need to pick sort of what you want this character to do, and choose what you want. Like, okay, in the battle as a mid-level villain or whatever he is, does he die in that battle? Ooh, callback. Alright, so if he is roped into a program, even at a 99% mortality rate, providing that they have done this to 200 people, they'd have 2. How rare do you want it to be? You want to give him, like, a unique constitution that gives him a higher chance? Or a clan thing? Like a unique spirit that his clan has that just makes him easier to do than the others? Because even at 99, depending on how big your world is, there'd probably be more than one. Okay. So we need to justify why it's basically just him. Did he kill the rest? Were the rest hunted and he just happened to not be there or live? Like, you could state it at being 99, it's just that all the rest of them are killed. So either it's not done as often, or there needs to be difficult requirements of the right to do it. I'd say. Like, they need high compatibility with certain spirits that have been put into the bones, or it can only be done during certain times of the year, like equinoxes or whatever it is in your verse. Because right now it would be... If an organization did it to make assassins, they would most likely make more than one. Or at least try to make more than one. And even at 99%, like, say if they killed 300, they potentially have 2 or 3 of them. So maybe if they get hunted down or something. He doesn't have to become a good guy. He could become the information broker for your guy. You still have to pay him. He's not a good guy, but he still doesn't blatantly ignore you and will give you information if needed. Because he would still be in the organization, even if he did lose. But it's like, would he then regain the powers, or would he just... Wouldn't know, like, would he do the bone operation again? Or would he just become... Like, will he ever be seen again, basically? Because even if he... Like, if he... You know, like, if he's left alive, he can still pull strings from behind the scenes. That not so much help the hero, but... just help himself. Like, if he really likes money, He can accept money from anybody, even if it's the hero. And that means that even if someone from the villain asks him, he'd give them that information as well. So he's both a good and a villain. He's just out for himself. Because he wouldn't particularly like the hero if he broke his arms and legs. Yeah, and this is some real riveting gameplay. So the only cost there would be getting the things with the strongest spirit. So that's the only current restriction. I mean, you don't even need to go into this far into depth. You could just say it's done. And this is vaguely how it's done. Maybe he himself doesn't even know how it's done. It's just what he knows and is told. You don't have to go super in depth into the method of how it's done. Like, even if you know it, the characters may not do that. May not, you know, state it. Like, it could just be a ruse. That's how it's told is done, but it's not actually how it's done. He may just say that 99% of them die. In reality, it may be more or less than that. He could just be lying. If he wanted. I mean, he won't lose all his powers. He'd still have his weapons, potentially. He just wouldn't have all that specific abilities. So any sword abilities or martial arts he had, he would still have. So he wouldn't be immediately killed in his organization. He'd still be fairly powerful, just not as powerful. Yeah, but say the bones are his weapons. What's stopping him just getting gauntlets made that have access to a spirit? His fighting would be fairly similar because he'd be probably using like claws. Because animals generally fight with hands, feet, and teeth, generally. So you could still give him some gauntlets and he'd still be fairly decent in battle. Just not to the degree he was. I mean, you could give him 2 different gauntlets and he gets to use 2 spirits. Or gauntlets and leg guards and he gets 4. And that's just... he has to pick which 4 he wants of the skills he used to have. Or I can swap them out mid-fight or something. That's... okay, that's if you want to keep him around. You don't have to. You can just have him as a one-off villain, that's fine. Yeah, like he could have had 8, but then he just gets to pick which ones he wants from then on. And if he shows up again, he can use just those ones. Yeah, just, if you want him to appear again, you don't have to. Some people like seeing like returning villains. Or just returning characters in general. Yeah, so if he does appear again, it's like, what degree do you want him to appear again? If at all. He could just be randomly mentioned. It just depends what you want him to do. Like, even if you don't want him to be a hero, he can still be there doing something. He could be the main character's spirit vendor. Or he just knows where things are. For the right price or something. Really? So, the later villains scale higher than this guy. Interesting. I suppose this guy does have weaknesses, so even if he's stronger than the final villain, it doesn't even matter, really. Because a lot of circumstance can happen. Like, the rule of coincidence can happen. Like, no matter... Like, the weakest guy can potentially beat the strongest guy via coincidence. If you want him to lose, he can lose, it's fine. But if the enemies scale to him... Okay. So if you did want to keep this guy in, he could have potential game-breaking knowledge... Not game-breaking. Story-breaking knowledge. Info dumps for the guy to have lore. You know, just to... He could have, like, conversations about lore about the demons to this guy. Because you could have... In order to do the surgery, you need some sort of connection. Or the person doing the surgery has connection to the demons, and that's why he knows. Yeah, so this guy doesn't even have to be a good guy. He, like, for his band, he could just be the knowledge guy. Like, he can still somewhat fight with some spirits you give him, even though he doesn't have the bones. He can still be there, even if he's not at the lines. He doesn't have to be the frontline guy. He could be the... He could find out how to defeat your demons, depending on if they're different or not. Oh, you've got some expositions. Okay. Do we know how these two know this information? Because if it's like, if not many people have ever summoned the demons of hell, how would they know? One-off villains are fine. I just think that since he would most likely be very memorable. So he should sort of appear later on, I think, as well. Even if it's not doing much, as long as he just randomly appears. Fans tend to remember villains more than actually anything else. A scholar... Like, have they ever summoned the demons of hell before? Because if they haven't, I don't know how that information would be easily accessible. Okay, this is going to also sound... I really hate this trope. But is your priest part of a dark religion? Or is there a faction in your priest people that are worshipping demons, and that's why he knows? I really hate that trope, though. I'm just trying to blast things out so you could potentially get ideas of how they know things, or at least pick what you don't want to happen, which is fine. Like, a priest in training would most likely be a young, inexperienced guy. Would they know? Or do they have... Okay, so do they have the ability to find out? Like, is there a grand archive of this knowledge? And if there is a grand archive of the knowledge, why would the demons allow there to be a great archive of knowledge? But you don't have to answer everything I'm saying. I'm just spurting things out for you. Like, a scholar could potentially be sort of an archaeologist if this has happened before. You know, like dead languages. He could piece it together of things that have and have not worked. And just keep trying things. Okay, so we know. So, if they know about the demons, at some point they have been summoned before, and long enough that they've, long enough, and they've done enough to the world for people to know what the demons do and what each individual one is. Yeah, but then they've also got to know how they get the information into that, and it's providing that information in that text is correct. Because if that text has ever been, like the actual Bible in real life, multiple interpretations, a lot of Bibles are different than all others. So there's unless your verse has that all texts are the same, then at some point someone gathered that information and the demons didn't stop them somehow. If you know what I mean. So there is one holy text, and is that holy text got copies in each of your standard religious things? Do they not need to see it to worship it, or do they... Well, your verse does have one religion, so it is feasible. Is it written in a language that's easy to interpret? Because depending on who's reading it, there could be different translations of it, or do they just inherently know? Okay, how indestructible is this Bible? As it's possible at some point someone could try to destroy it. Or are we just going, it's sacred, it's imbued with God's essence, it can't be destroyed? Okay, so it was also translated by someone, I assume, who translated it correctly. Or is the plot point that it was slightly off, and someone who can potentially translate it later translates it better? I'd assume one of the villains would have potentially tried to destroy it if it's that common. You know, like if it's got information relevant to the destruction of the villains, someone may potentially try to destroy it. Unless that's a decoy book. Or it hasn't been translated correctly. The demons know it hasn't, and conveniently known to that point has been able to retranslate it, which your guy could do. Okay. Just a way to exposit info, that's fine. Yes, I do tend to think things every now and again. Do I want to go for elegy? Yeah, let's go for elegy. Yeah, standing alright so far. Yeah, a lot of things I do is just like ripping stories apart and adding cool things. Even if they're not mentioned, it's quite nice that people have thought about them. Because I've also got this to do with my story too, so I'm going to get Nat and some other people to have a look to see what they can rip apart of mine. Which will happen. A lot of my stories will be ripped apart, it's fine. As I'm going to focus on mine as soon as I finish my next 2 games. Because then I'll have enough time recorded until Pokemon comes out. Sentient vessels. So they are not so much the spirits themselves, but avatars for those spirits. Yeah, I've got nowhere really to be later, so I'm trying to get to 75 at least, so... Okay. So can they easily make another one if one's defeated, or is it just defeated and then... Always stay... But it takes them time to do so, and over the plot of the story, they don't get time to do so. Oh, the homunculuses. Okay. I don't know if you want to use that word, but they would be basically homunculuses. Without their own will, but forged for the purpose of being controlled by the thing. And you could create it with an aspect of that Prince of Hell. Like you need an aspect of Wrath to infuse into the homunculus of Wrath. And that's how it bonds to it originally. You're not having a hero monster. I'm not giving you access to increase. If you don't have increase in your hand, you are screwed. He's going to have it in it. He's going to foolish for malicious, right? Okay. So the homunculuses, well, I'm just going to call them that for the context of this, do have their own will as well, so they're not immediately controlled. Okay, so how much influence does the spirit have on this homunculus being? Okay, so some want to live freely. Is that... Are they the ones... Okay, so do they make extra homunculuses just in case? And they're the ones that want to live freely and can? Or do the spirits have... Do the hell spirits have that big of a connection to them that they can force them to do things? Because in terms of... If you wanted to create a homunculus and it doesn't work, are they immediately killed? Until it does work? Because you wouldn't want avatars of wrath walking around. Okay, so they make a vessel, and then if it doesn't work, they get rid of the vessel, and then they get another one. Okay. Yeah, so how much influence does a spirit, does a Knight of Hell, or whatever the hell beings need over the villain? And then, what purpose do they have in the story, these supervillain demon things? Do they have to be defeated for the plot to happen? Like, in terms of, I think you stated Lucifer before, and then he has all the knights, the hell things below him. Or something. Are they connected to him? Do they have to be defeated for him to do stuff? Because if you make them into heroes, or not even so much heroes, just they want to live happily, do they, or do they just want to live happily? Because if they run away, would they not be trackable by the other spirits. Like, how feasible is it for them to actually attempt to get away? Because if the plot requires all of them to be destroyed or something to happen, I mean, you could have a couple on the hero side, even if it's not on their side, just not, you know, not helping them, but just there. He does have a super volley. Oh, I'm going to have to start with this regardless. Okay. Talk about that. Okay. So if they're not commanding the Demon Lords themselves, why do they need a vessel? What do they want to accomplish, the Demon Lords? Oh, I should use that reborn effect first. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking that was a little odd. We're getting there. Yeah, just need to figure out what you want the Demon Lords to do. Like, Are they there just to fight, or do they have an overall purpose of why they want to do what they do? Like, if they want to be a warmonger or something, then some of the demon lords, their vassals or whatever, it's very unlikely one of them will break this programming. I mean, you don't even have to go into this detail. I'm just spouting stuff in case it is vaguely useful at some point. They want to free their master, okay. How do they do that? You've probably thought of it already. Like, do they need to get 7 keys from somewhere? Like, do they actually release Lucifer at the end, or do they get stopped from doing so? Okay, how do they turn it into soul armor then? Do they all do? Does one do that? Yeah, so what do they do to turn Lucifer's soul into soul armor for Lucifer's vessel? Alright, so what do the 7 princes do to make Lucifer's soul do that? Like, if Lucifer's soul is trapped somewhere so it can't be turned into soul armor, how do they unrelease it? Yeah. Maybe... I mean, you could just state Lucifer's soul has been split into 7 things. There could be weapons, there could be an orb, and they have to find and destroy those. And then, since his soul is not combined, it's split, he can't resonate with it perfectly anymore. Not anymore. He can't resonate with it to be able to make the armor. So their objective would be keep making vessels until you can find and destroy these pieces. Maybe. Did I get to 75? Or was that 74? Yes, I did it. Hold on me. The rest does not matter to me. I can relax now. Yeah, just figuring out what you want your objective to be can be difficult, because I've also got to figure out how I get to where I need to be. Like, I need a list of, for mine in particular, fantasy creatures. So I need to decide what apex creatures I want. Like, an apex spider I definitely have to have, because that will give her the thread to make her things. And like, if I make an apex goblin, it's kind of lame, but what abilities would an apex goblin give? That's what I've got anyway. What you got? When God cast out Lucifer from heaven... Okay, so if they are split into the 7 princes of hell, would they not just have to die? Or shall we go with solo leveling level? Of, he is cast out, and he creates the 7... His soul is split into 7 spirits. And they have to destroy those spirits. Because then they can opposite... you can make them basically the equivalent of the 7 virtues. Because Lucifer is an angel, he would have had virtues at some point. And then you've got the evil villains who want to defeat the heroes. It's just the virtue-y things. It's just the demons are immortal and the other ones aren't. The light ones can die, but the demons can't. Yeah, that's vaguely possible. And you could have each of the 7 angels, even if they already existed, have a weapon or a relic that is one of these 7 pieces. Because if you make it into the demons, would the demons not have to die to make Lucifer whole again? And then their whole purpose is they could just kill themselves. Yeah, and you could make those potentially the keys of this, or when he falls and creates the 7 demons, his 7 fragments are captured by these archangels and they seal them somewhere. And the angels have to be defeated for it to be unsealed. Depends what you kind of want to go for when you're designing how powerful you want them to be. How powerful are the like? There's lots of things you can do. As if they're using the creating of the 7 vessels for the demons, how does he get unsealed then? Because then. Like, if, why would they need a vessel if they could just, like, say, in that instance there, that one of the fragments is an orb, and use that orb to create, like, the Wrath orb creates vassals of Wrath. Why would they need to make vassals of Wrath when they could just put the orb and everything together? You might need an external source, different, or... It's kind of done in media a lot. You could just state that when Lucifer was kicked down, another archangel or another higher being, like Michael, for example, it's generic, but then he finds them and seals them into other things. I mean, or you could just do the second he hit the ground and his soul split into 2 parts. One of those parts makes all the demons, the hell things, and one of them parts splits off and becomes 7 big boss animals, which evolve over time to become sentient and powerful. And anything made from them contains the thing that Lucifer needs. Even if you need vessel bodies and just get the 7 pieces. Like... yeah. You just need to figure out what they need to find. Like hunting level. Villains trying to find relics. Makes a bit of sense. It just needs to be a little bit more fleshed out of what you want the relics to be. How, like... like, if the demons are intangible, how do you get them together to actually release Lucifer in the first place? Is it not all 7 of them have to be together in one place to do a chant, and by killing one you stop it for a while until they make another one? Do all 7 have to agree to release him? But I do have to get off in a minute. I'll give you a lot to think about. Ooh, go on, tell me that, and then we'll go. Tell me your idea. Okay, chains. So potentially when he hit the ground he was sealed and then he needs the power back to break them? You would need 9 demons there though. So it can't just be the 7 sins. I mean, even in the 7 sins, isn't Lucifer one of those, so there'd only be 6? Because he is pride, right? Or are you going by the different interpretations and just pride being a different thing and he resides over them? It's just like, are the chains physical? How would they break them? Treachery. Interesting. Because then in the terms of the 9 chains, are the chains all in one place? Is the hunting around Indiana Jones style for the location of the chains? How does one break chains? Do you need a certain strength to do so? Yeah. I mean, it'll come to you. It'll come to you. I'm just spouting things. You'll be randomly doing something this week and you'll be going, just randomly back your mind. Oh, that's a cool idea. I do that all the time. Right, it is 5:15 for me. So what I'll do is I'll get myself off, give you some time to chill, but have some sleep, and well, it's probably midday for you anyway, but by the time you wake up or whatever, you may have got some more ideas. And I'll be on next week again. I don't know what I'll be doing. I'll be probably opening the Yu-Gi-Oh set, maybe. And I might just pick a random game to play, because I've done quite a lot of Master Duel. I've got to my 75. I don't know, I might play some Monster Hunter or something. Anyway, if you do have any other ideas though, and you want to message me during the week, feel free to do it. We can get some design ideas done there. And take care, good sir. See you later.